this could be artifacts of how or remember how, and sometimes it still happens where on like Friday or Saturday nights the glitches are higher.
I love when the room titles are all given to you in English, but they're English titles, and then you look for it. Like this one I just read. I can send thou 1,000 times. Network to win, promote your business. 30 mint only. You can't lose if you do. Wreck your fave songs. P song name 24/7. That's definitely some world music, which will not be music I've heard of, I'm sure. Now I'm in another section where there's more people, but it still looks bot-ish.
Look, it used to be 2-1 on Twitter for bots. Okay, this was Obama last term, 2-1. The last election was 15,000 to 1.
There you go.
So 15,000 bots to every one human.
John, I hit an end.
Oh, okay, but it took you longer than me.
It took me a hell of a lot.
Is it all untitled at the
Yes. The last 7 are untitled.
Oh, I had like 20 or 30.
No, my last 7 are untitled, and one before that's in a script I don't know. Then there's 3 more untitled, and there's titled, untitled, 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 titled, untitled, title. Okay. Yeah, so I think that's what it goes. We give up. These are clearly bots. No title, no person. Well, one person is in. I do want to go. I'm going to go in one right now to see the one that has one person that's at the end of.
He may never come back. Well, there's an investment.
Yeah, but he's going to merge it with SpaceX. He owns about 50% of SpaceX, 20% of Tesla, and then SpaceX and XAI merged, and then they're also going to be merging with this other AI company by the end of the year. So,
And then it immediately makes you, of course, if I wanted to find that room again, like good luck, or anyone near it.
So did it work?
Yeah, I went in. It was Ebony with a $ sign in front of her name. Dollar Ebony.
Talking?
Well, you know what you can do, Pro, is you can do the copy thing, which is the box up at the top with the arrow up, click it, copy, and then...
Oh, I did not know that was the thing.
Well, you say you might not be able to find it again. That gives you the automatic invite.
Oh, I know what you're saying. Yeah. I didn't really want to. I was just thinking like.
That's a weird workaround. That's like a 90s hack to a problem that should have already been solved.
Yeah.
Well, I use that one for all of my mod squad, which is about close to a dozen people. When I sign on the weekend, I copy it and I send it to everybody. I just send it to the text, so I only have to send it once, and then everybody gets notified.
I report my own house 3 times. No, I'm kidding.
I report myself with another account.
I wonder what would happen if you report your own house. They'd contact you and be like, what was the nature of this phone?
Like the existence was the problem, you see.
No, I'm like.
So we don't need to know that.
You should.
You're good enough. You're smart enough. Doggone it.
You deserve it.
And you deserve to be on your knees a couple of times a day.
What the fuck was
What the
that?
hell are you jerking off on your knees, man?
He said okay, it's a play on words. He said he praises himself. Praise on knees, hands.
Oh,
He was congratulating himself.
Don't you love that chant? It is right to give him thanks and praise. Like as if you need a reminder that it's right to give him thanks and praise after you've already done it in the church of your choosing. It is right to give him thanks and praise.
Hallelujah.
Freaking robot. It is right to give nothing cultish there. It is right to give him thanks and praise.
It's right to give. Like what? Why are you guys singing this neuro-linguistic MK Ultra type shit? What the fuck is going on?
That's exactly what it is. It is right to give him thanks and praise.
Now we sing it all together.
Catholic Church is just really weird. It's just, the more churches you go to, the more you realize the Catholic Church is very cult adjacent.
No, say a word, like if I never did anything with my life, I was like, yo, I'm gonna go be a priest at the Vatican, wear slippers and a dress all the time, and just read good books that nobody else can.
But the Catholic Church does own more land around the world than any other individual or organization.
They're the best corporation ever.
John,
It is,
why
they
do you have
cover-
a woman's feet in your PTR?
No, those are his feet.
Yeah, how dare you?
Those are your feet, John?
Did he leave? Oh, he left. He's like,
Oh,
I've revealed my toes.
They're-
Let's change that.
no.
Hi, puppy dog. You
It's,
guys should all have a Cavapoo.
it's a dog world.
If everybody had a Cavapoo, it'd be a better place. They're just like humans and little live stuffed animals that stare at you and read your emotion all day and just want to follow you everything you do.
I've had dogs all my life, and Chihuahuas are the biggest sons of bitches.
Most
Oh,
dogs
never.
do that, bro. Most dogs stare at you and follow you around all day.
Yeah, but no, not like the way we used to. Like, I'm a big dog person too. Like, I was raised with my aunt breeded them. I was on Animal Planet with my pug. You know what I'm saying? Like, it goes on and on. Had a German Shepherd. Like, this dog is a Cavapoo. And this Cavapoo is like, it studies your like emotions, and then it goes and hides stuff around the house for itself. Like, so it was. And now I know its schemes and its tricks, but it's one of those dogs that hides its stuff and then puts its paws over it to hope that you won't see it. It's that level of smart. You know what I'm saying? It's like, no, I don't have the pen under here. Why would you think that? With its hands crossed over the pen as you walk by. It's like that kind of stuff. And it's like, oh, you little crap. And she acts like, oh, nothing. No, I just happen to be sitting this way, just covering up the pen. And you're like, yep, you took the pen. And then she slowly creeps into my bathroom because she knows I'll kick her out there. She walks like she's a spy. And she gets into my bathroom so that she can try to jump into the trash and pull out toilet paper, which is like her favorite thing to do in the world. And she's like, run. Stop. Walk really slowly. Across it. It's just crazy. I've never had dogs do that before. Now, dogs can be sneaky, but this dog is like...
My dog grabs my towels all the time.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I've never had a dog that grabbed towels before. Sorry.
Oh, this dog...
Because you know why, Steve? Your dog wants your
Attention. Wants to play tug of war?
No, wants your. Wait, grab the towel while you're using it, or grab the towel while
No,
you're.
not while I'm using it, while it's hanging on
Yes.
the rack, like the next day.
Because the dog wants your scent.
Scent. Gotcha.
It is the most comforting thing for a dog.
Like dirty clothes on the floor, a lot of dogs will hang.
Oh my god, my dog lives in my dirty clothes. She waits for me to open the dryer too, so it's clean clothes too. And as I'm throwing the clothes in the dryer, she chases like each one in, like as it comes from the washer or the dryer. And I just tuck it in.
And when your dog
she
sits
takes
on
back.
your feet and gives their back to you, that's a good thing. They're looking out for you because you are the leader of the pack, and they want to watch out for you.
Well, my dog has its own special couch, and I mean, I never go on it. It's next to the human couch. She's got the doggy couch. And constantly, when she goes on it, she'll go in a circle like 3 to 5 times and scratch at it before she actually
I
sits
read about
down.
that.
Yeah, and I asked my dad, because, you know, I've had dogs all my life, and my dad's had dogs kind of twice. Because that's instinctual from when dogs were in the wild.
Yep.
And like not digging a hole, but digging an area where they could live in, is that they would dig the hole and they would go around so they'd be able to sink down a little bit in it.
Yeah, I watched the whole thing on that. It wasn't that long ago. I saw the same stuff. There was a little bit more to it too. They're also, because they're vulnerable when they're, sleeping or whatever, like most things. They're also scanning the perimeter real quickly, so it's a vestige from that. They would go around in the circle, make sure they see everything on all areas, and make sure it was a safe spot. But yeah, all that stuff was in there.
Yeah.
Same reason why they do it. They circle before they poop too. Same.
Yeah, same thing. They're doing the same thing because that's when you're most vulnerable. Not a bad policy.
And that's why your dog will come to your feet if you leave your bathroom door open. If you're on the commode,
Yeah.
they'll sit by your feet and
This
have your back to you. They're watching out
is
for you.
8 monster
My dog just
boxes
jumped off my couch.
of silver,
Yeah, on my foot. That's the funny part.
4,000 ounces
Both paws were on my foot.
of the better known
Only your paws were on my foot.
American
That should get back. But anyway,
silver,
dogs are too positive and happy.
and
We'll talk
this
about that when we're talking doom and gloom.
is the same dollar amount,
Dog.
but in
What
gold
if AI spares the dogs?
coins. Much lighter, easier to store, easier to carry,
Humans' best friends.
and
You want to kill off all the
a
humans
lot
and save
easier
the
to
dogs,
sell.
right?
Which one are you
We're
guys
gonna need some-
choosing,
the robots
and
are
why?
like-
This
So
is 8 monster boxes of silver,
Oh, it's love.
There's a movie about
4,000 ounces of the better.
use the AI robot to take care of the dog after he dies. It's called Fitch. It's a Tom Hanks movie. It's really good.
Yeah, but like the people who are actually getting robots and so like that's it was less of a racist comment, more of a hey, China's gonna have robots faster, so they're probably gonna run into this problem sooner. Actually, my bet is South Korea and Japan actually are gonna have robot nurses before anybody else. Because of their population collapse. So it's gonna get fucking weird because then it's gonna be this robot has an inheritance and it has power of attorney and it can shoot your ass. So he's just like, hey, this robot, its face is molded after my face. Because I'm about to live as me after I die. That's gonna be fucking weird because you know some fucking weirdo's gonna do that. Some weirdo named IL.
There's a robot article from Stanford on robot nurses. I'm gonna find it in a second. Benjamin, well, it's a good Stanford article.
Hey, John, you're hiding. And since you're back, John.
Oh,
No
sorry.
worries. You
Hear my explosions?
you're 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 grunting a little bit.
What's that?
John number 2.
Jar of some feet. Whose feet were they?
You mean not recent? You mean in my profile backlog?
No, just like a few
No, there
minutes
was
ago.
a John imposter, and
No, it
GCC's
wasn't me.
wanting to tag you as this imposter.
Oh, that wasn't you? I got
That was
found.
Inspector you.
Inspector you. Oh my gosh.
Denny's Bay. This is Denny's Bay. I have come to destroy. What's up, Brandon? I'm always hoping it's flat earther, Brandon. It never seems to be. we're talking doom and gloom, end of the world, market collapse, anything else you want to have on the negative docket, it's free game.
So I changed my PTR to the weirdest one that Dr. James made for me, kind of an imam, globe head, chia bearded, flat earther or something. I don't know what that is.
Something to do. At least if we're gonna have doom and gloom, we have it with a fairy.
No, you're the king of globers, dude. That's what you are.
He's got the globe brain, you know. He's got the globe brain.
You're the globe king.
Globus Maximus.
The globus maximus.
Your head is a globe. Hey John, I had a hard question for you to think about as a glober. Really tough one. I just really wanted to put it out there because there's so many complex flat Earth problems, and I just wanted to pose one out there. Maybe you can use it in your travels when you're debating with flat Earthers. Hey, how is it that there's a sunset every day that everybody's seen since the start of time, and the sun is always the same size?
Yeah, I was thinking along those lines. I was just thinking, I just want to like have my PTR just be a sun half set over the ocean, and just have them really explain to me how the other half of that sun. How is the other half of that sun
Where do they go?
melted into the horizon by
It
interior?
melted, and if you wait long enough, it won't just be the other half.
Yeah, but how do you know it's the same sun?
That's it. That's where they get you. That's how they get you with it. And it's funny because if you really wanted to have a discussion with flat earthers, right, you would never change that argument.
Yeah, that's right.
Only
That's right.
argument.
They get you
It's
by
like-
running you around all over the
Yep,
place.
yep. They get you running around. It's like they don't want you to pay attention to this problem that the sun every day sets and rises the exact same way. And the one I love because they tell you it goes around in circles on a flat disk, and that it sneaks up behind you when you're not looking, even though it went really, really far away into the distance. I like that one. It seems to do a conveyor belt thing, but you guys are saying it's going around in some kind of flat circle. I don't
Yeah,
get
but how
a
big
flat
is this
circle.
plate? And where's the ice wall? I'm like, ice wall? I've literally never heard that until I had a discussion with flat earthers. So that's why I think it's like probably one of the most successful of all time propaganda campaigns by Putin. I still think that's like the main reason this became a cultural phenomenon. And the estimates put it as something like $80 million. That is amazing bang for the buck. For $80 million to get flat Earth to be going.
It went from like a couple thousand people to like a couple million.
Yeah, they're like, oh, is it flat? I'm like, guys, like we have a globe. You can travel to anywhere on the globe. I assure you, it's a globe. And they're like, yeah, but I've never been in a plane. I'm like, well, that's just a plane ticket.
The next best argument, though, if you want to go up like one level of sophistication, and I usually, my favorite thing is stay away from all math and science whatsoever when dealing with flat earthers because that's what they do. And never bring it back to math and science, right? Everyone makes the mistake of thinking you want to bring it to math and science. That makes it look like you're actually having an argument. You just want to stay in the land of like very general and just go, hey, I see it setting over there. I was just wondering how you explained it, right? But other than that, right, it's like...
Just stay on the lizard people.
Yeah, no. But the closest thing to even getting near math and science is just like when we do the whole predict the eclipse kind of thing, and we use all the math that's important to have a globe as sort of this fundamental axiom. What do you do when you don't use that to tell us when the eclipse is coming? Like that one is so fun to do because there is no answer, so that is just like cue the insult.
Well, that's actually worse. They have the Soros cycle answer for that one. That one they know.
Not totally, John. Not totally.
No, they'll tell. They will convince anybody who doesn't really know that that's a perfectly good answer. There's a pattern.
Does the pattern also explain the lunar eclipse too?
It's of course the Saros cycle is the one they always refer to for the solar cycle. I don't know exactly the lunar eclipse, but the lunar eclipse is harder, of course, because
You can't get away from the lunar eclipse.
Yeah. That's right.
Yeah. But anyways, like those are the fun ones. Like if you just want to have fun and just troll, just like never stay off that. You know, just say, hey, I was just wondering about this sunrise. Just come in every day, like, hey, this sunrise thing, and just never leave it. Yeah, I don't know all the math and science, but the sunrise thing is tough for me.
Yeah, take a look at my PTR. I just took this picture. This what's wrong? I've never seen this before. How do you guys explain this?
Right. It seems everybody can see one too. Everyone has their own personal sunrise. As you like to say, everyone has their own personal sunrise, and it does the same freaking pesky thing every time. All right. Well, that was fun.
See, I prefer, I'm like, listen, we're going to do small angle approximation. They're like, small angle what? I'm like, sine theta is equal to theta for what angles? We're starting, like, they're like, we've never heard of that. I'm like,
Brandon was in the room the other day when someone was asking him honestly about, like his shortcomings. He was like, well, math. And he was like, yeah, it's not like, then they start throwing the big words, like they say the theta thing. And I have to admit that I don't really know what that is, and I have to look it up. And it's like, that's how unfair you're playing if you start saying things like that. If you start saying anything that has like a Greek letter in it, or you can't do that.
Yeah. My standing challenge is like, Jamal, I will give you $100 or even $1,000 if you just attempt to do my math test live stream. You can even use all the AIs that you want. You just have to answer these 10 simple algebra questions, pretending to the jump.
Sorry, was this me or was this a different Brandon?
No.
That's different. Hey, I was meaning to ask you, maybe Pro can chime in on this too. This whole sine theta equal theta thing, I've done this a million times. I've put in sine of 1 degree. I always get something like 0.017. I don't get 1 degree back. So what the hell are you talking about?
What?
Oh man, I was trying to figure out whether I'm serious.
I hope you're this. I hope this is the globe.
The overshooting of the mark is there's no possible way that anyone in the room knows what a sign is, right?
Well, he came from Italy, it was carved in Italy, he came from another location. You know where the location is?
Why?
To an African and Italian grandmother.
Thank you guys. Thank you.
Let's zoom in on that.
I'm surprised that they did like so close. I'm surprised that they can't do basic math to kind of like make us look stupid or make us look assholes. So I would respect it much more. And in fact, I've had conversations with flat earthers who are a little bit more Russian, like literally they're Russian speakers. You can kind of pick up the accent. And they will answer questions like that. But then they'll trip you up, and when they work in pairs, they do like the deflection thing, like midway answering a question, they will ask you a tangent, but then somebody else will interrupt that person's tangent. And that just gets annoying. That's like just the modus operandi. That's like just how they roll. And it's like in the textbook for the KGB from the 1980s. That's how you do misinformation.
This platform is changing the marketing world secretly, and you probably don't even know about it. While everyone is busy spending on Meta and Google ads, this platform lets you put your
Can you guys figure out what that?
Yeah, if they follow you, they don't endorse you. I used to have something similar on my Twitter. DARPA used to have it as well. It's like retweets or reposts or follows are not endorsements.
The F over V is not equal to E.
profile has absolutely no merit in the real world. That's any disclaimer I tried to create legally means nothing for anybody ever.
How do you enforce disclaimers on like I don't understand.
The consent I gave when I signed up.
Right, exactly.
A much better one would be, my presence in this room does not confirm my presence in this room.
Speaking of that, did you hear about the Republican senator, the Republican congressman that was questioning RFK on vaccines? And this is and I bring this up because I'm looking at it on my Facebook. Oh, it's the Democratic senator that claimed it's mathematically impossible to have a drug drop. That's not what I'm talking about. Senator who voted for RFK, he was like the deciding vote. And then it was within the past 24, 48 hours that RFK was talking about the measles and saying that it wasn't a lack of people these days taking the vaccine. It was because of it was because of nutrition and shit like that why the measles went down. RFK was referring to a study that was totally debunked. It was done by a doctor who I think lost his license.
Oh my God!
AKA Benjamin, if you're with us right now, here's a class. Here's what you should be looking at, Benjamin, to debunk studies. Look at the RFK thing within the past 20.
Yeah, that's very. I was talking about RFK. That's what just great. I was reading a bio on Wikipedia. It's just like the whole part that like straight up calls him, and whatever it is. Have an anti-vaxxer. It's like, how do you have an anti-vaxxer in this position? Like, how is it? Remember watching the hearings and people actually taking it like it was a serious hearing, and they were like having a serious vote. Like you're actually considering that this guy might not be lying. Oh wait, no, you're all lying. It's a real hearing.
John,
So you're
RFK before coming to the administration, RFK has 20 years of litigation experience with the EPA environmental issues. That's
Well, everybody has one.
I'll say this for RFK, there's one thing that's kind of interesting. I hope this actually does change. So, weight-based dosage for vaccines. We should have that. That should be a thing. Like if a child is bigger or smaller, we do that with other medications. We should do that with vaccines. And there's actually a lot of data coming out of the farm animal data sets for pigs and cows and so on that shows that there is a difference in the reactions and side effects of animals when you adjust for weight-based dosage. So, hey, that might address a lot of the issues because it's kind of like, hey, if you take like too much Advil for your weight, we can predictably say that something bad might happen or you might not feel well. So, for what it's worth, RFK does a lot of creating noise, but sometimes you need that kind of disruption to get out of groupthink, especially in a field as closely guarded as medicine. So as long as people keep his feet to the fire, I don't mind him doing that. If he can just unequivocally go and start making changes, then that's crazy. But then again, the recent Ibogaine thing from Trump, that's such welcome news. That's amazing. So history happens all sorts of ways.
What the hell are you talking about, Io?
Trump legalized.
No scientific basis for any of the changes
No, that's, I would disagree with that.
He needs to get this stuff unscientifically. What do you disagree?
I'm talking about the dosage-based vaccination schedules. If we had, based on your weight, the dosage was adjusted, how much vaccine you got, that's an interesting thing that one of his policies, one of his missions that he's pushing is that. So as long as we keep his feet to the fire with that kind of mission, I think it's good that there's somebody who's doing those kinds of changes. I don't know what you're referring to specifically, but I made the references. I can post them in the room chat if you want about the animal dosage.
And then your qualification.
I think what Kennedy's doing also is putting a lot of more money behind research into a chronic disease. And he does probably, he's probably looking at the effects that vaccines might be having on chronic disease.
Yeah, but how can you say with any type of straight face at all that the reason why we essentially eradicated the measles up until a year ago had nothing to do with vaccines, but it had to do with good health and hygiene?
Well, that could be.
No, it can't be. It's because of the vaccine.
Fine. But do you think it's still okay to investigate the cause of chronic disease?
I don't think it's okay to flat out.
Well, they say that about vaccines, sort of in general, that hygiene and health and all that had an effect on lowering.
Yes, but we're not talking about vaccines in general. We're talking about the measles.
So how do you know that that's not true?
Because every study says it's true, except I'm answering your question.
Studies you're not looking at.
Every study says it's true, except the one study that RFK pointed out, which was debunked, and the doctor in charge of that study lost his license for life. That's what.
Dr. Debunking here. Gotta clip this cocksucker, just
really?
for the sake of clipping the worst people on the planet.
Doctor that lost their license.
Brainwashed.
They're being threatened.
Big pharma pushers. Big tax recipients. Just a tax with no added benefit. In fact, the benefit is not a benefit. The benefit is a detriment to the human body.
I modified it to be.
Can you dispute statistics, sir?
No, it's a
You've yet to actually discuss any statistics, sir. Doctor, have you read the fish?
Yelling at this fucking woman, bro. Shut the fuck up.
Damn! Steve getting put in his fucking place, mate. Uncle Steve is a bitch.
Hank Zappa. Wow, cool.
So, Michaela, what doctor has been fired?
Threatened with losing their license.
And what threat of what truth were they saying that they got threatened to lose their license?
Can't be proven because the research had been denied.
Oh my gosh! You don't have something to back it
If
up.
it can't be proven, how do you know it was the truth?
Oh my God!
If-
Please, dear
No,
God.
hold on a second. JCC, just don't fuck it up. Michaela, if it can't be proven, then how do you know it was the truth?
There was a lot of research that was pointing. They said that they were debunking it, but it wasn't really debunked. Look at Peter McCullough. Look at all those scientists that were objecting to the vaccine. They had research going on there. They were saying.
Well, what did the research show? What did they research?
Hello, sorry. They said there wasn't enough long-term research on the long-term effects of the vaccine. They said it was given with emergency approval.
Right.
That it wasn't safe because of the the spike protein being produced afterwards, continually reproduced by
Okay,
the body.
that's a very good point. Do you have the statistics to back it up? Meaning that, do you know what the death rate from COVID was? Death rate was after the vaccine, and what the death rate was due to the vaccine?
No, I think you have to accept there was a natural increase and then fall off of index.
Yeah. So if there are 1 million people who have the COVID, the virus, let's say half of them will die without treatment. But then I give the vaccine and I say only 10,000 people die instead of 500,000. But another 1,000 people died because of the vaccine. So in total, 11,000 people died. Do you say that was a successful vaccine or unsuccessful vaccine? I'm making it up. I don't know the statistics.
Why don't you give me some real statistics?
I don't have, well, I only have one statistics, and that's for people with my diseases and medications. And the statistics for me was that before the vaccine, the death rate was 100%. After 3 doses of vaccine, the death rate was the same as the general population.
What disease are you talking about?
I have Crohn's disease and remnant of kidney cancer, and I'm on heavy doses of immunosuppressants.
Well, maybe it's working for you. It wasn't the mRNA vaccine.
Yes, it was. It was the
mRNA.
Pfizer vaccine.
Yeah, it was a vaccine. The mRNA was not a vaccine.
What was that?
The COVID vaccine, it wasn't really a vaccine.
What?
It didn't operate the way normal vaccines operate.
So it was an mRNA vaccine. What? Yeah, so what do you mean it wasn't a vaccine?
Was your vaccine an mRNA vaccine?
All COVID vaccines were mRNA vaccines.
Pardon? What?
All COVID vaccines.
No, that's not true.
Except for Johnson Johnson.
Oh, yeah.
Johnson Johnson.
Yeah, but then they withdrew that.
The adenovirus was.
It's not relevant.
There were definitely different vaccines.
I will give you some statistics. These are general. I don't have them in front of me. Please correct me if I'm wrong. That over 95% of the people that died from COVID did not take the vaccine. Over 98% of the people that took the vaccine had no side effects except for maybe the flu or the common cold and a little swelling at the vaccine site. So there are some statistics.
Where'd you get those statistics? That all those people?
I got them from Google. I got them from Google, the internet, NBC, ABC, CBS.
Okay, so what's that place that you report vaccine injury to? There's a government, what do they call that?
VAERS. The data was terrible.
Right.
It was terrible. I tried to clean it over and over and talk to people. Everyone had different interpretations. It was a big mess.
Yeah.
That's also self-reported, so it's not really.
Like a very small percentage of people self-report.
And
I
also,
took cookies from the Cookie Monster, and it got me sick.
and also, by the way, and again, I don't know, so I'll throw this out. Have they ever confirmed how many people actually died from the vaccine?
They've reported that there was a lot of side effects.
And like I said, over 98% of the people that took the vaccine had no side effects except for what I just said.
Well, I think that only a small percentage of people with side effects reported them to VAERS.
Michaela, this is the statistics of deaths due to the COVID vaccine. The majority of them was, for the Johnson & Johnson is 0.0022% of those doses. Roughly 10,483 reports out of 46.9 million doses.
And what percent of the people who had, okay, you're talking about deaths, what about injury?
Yeah, page 57 of the Pfizer document states something like long COVID like symptoms after vaccination, but we knew that from the fact that you're taking a viral protein, even in an mRNA form, you're experiencing a viral protein, so there should be some set of symptoms. Those can be mitigated medically or otherwise. I had the vaccine before surgery. I was concerned about some things. I had a nosebleed also after one of my injections, which is like not supposed to happen. So people can have all sorts of reactions. Those can be stabilized, but
these are the statistics. Injection site pain, 50 to 80%. Fatigue, 35 to 70%. Headache, 25 to 50%. Fever, 20 to 40%. Those were the reported side effects of the vaccine.
What about the
What was that?
heart? Young people and young men with their hearts.
Myocarditis, pericarditis occurs in approximately 8.5 cases per million people.
How long?
0.0008%.
I'm just one family, but I'm gonna say my mom took it and she lost her memory. She basically got Alzheimer's for 2 years. Know what year it was.
Okay, so I mean, all of these things, Michaela, you're talking, they are in the order of, 1 or 2 orders of magnitude out of a million people.
What about infertility and effects on the menstrual cycle?
Mom got Alzheimer's for just 2 years.
Yeah, I know, but they stopped collecting those statistics.
So what is your point?
What's your point,
bitch? That we
What's your fucking point? How dare you? How dare you? We're gonna litigate this right now. I'm an attorney, and we're gonna litigate this right now. How dare you? The vaccine too. How dare you?
The first 5 days.
Don't you dare question my vaccines!
Chloroquine actually works.
How dare you question my vaccines? How dare you, bastard! Don't you dare question my
Did you
vaccines!
see the clinical study of it?
Yeah.
Did you see the results?
Yeah.
Who conducted the clinical study for
The Defense Department conducted it and found that there was no conferred.
Do you know how hydroxychloroquine came into being as a treatment for?
Yeah.
Actually, no, you don't know.
I don't know, but I would like to know.
The person who started it is a good friend of mine. He was.
What's his name?
Mike.
Whatever, Mike.
He's in Oklahoma. He's Oklahoma Medical Research Foundation.
The Nobel Prize for either hydroxychloroquine or.
No, it wasn't for COVID. So he was at a meeting. He was talking about different things that people are doing, and he said they saw in the lab some positive results out of hydroxychloroquine, but they needed to do more work. As soon as they went from biochemical tests to cell tests, they saw that it didn't work. However, a representative of the Peruvian government was in that meeting.
The Peruvian
government! The Peruvian president, that this is what he heard at this meeting, and the Peruvian president met Trump and told him that at this meeting. So something that a scientist said that this thing might have some positive effect by the time it got to Trump was that this is a cure.
Well, I know.
And there is no scientific basis for that.
Well, it was during an epidemic. People are trying things, okay?
Right.
You can't wait for 10 years of research, but I know in India there were several states in India that.
So sorry, wait a minute. They can't wait for 10 years of research, and then what should they do?
Well, it wasn't harmful. Hydroxychloroquine is not harmful.
But why? It's not harmful.
Makes sense. Why didn't they sense in a place like India, because in India, a lot of people already have parasitic infections, so giving them something that helps offload their immune system, this is where confounding variables does poor analysis disturb the...
Okay, fine. You guys have been arguing against this for 5 years. Go ahead and keep on arguing against it. They probably
Yeah, and in Canada, the doctors... Yeah, and in Canada, doctors heard that story, Hero, and they just started giving it away because people were just buying it on them.
That might have had a chance of working. I don't think hydrochloroquine ever had a chance of working. It was just, but ivermectin is a thing, and that was the thing that a Nobel Prize was awarded for, not for COVID, but for something else. Here's the thing: they tried it. Their studies didn't really help. So I don't care how much Brett Weinstein you listen to. This is
Okay, so I want to go back to this because there's so much about a couple dying of hydrochloroquine, but I literally just mentioned, let me give a little more context. Within days of her taking it, she got sick immediately and lost her memory for over 2 years. How many people are in this room? You said something like 1 in a million or something like that, Sam, on one of the major complications. You mentioned one specifically, I think myocarditis. But this is literally like not being able to track what year it is. She thought it was, I think, 2021 until 2024. That's a big deal.
Well, it could have also accelerated that disease, too.
What conclusion do you draw from that?
That she was likely harmed by it. I don't know for certain, but there's a large temporal association there.
No. What conclusion, a public health conclusion do you draw? Public health conclusion. As in, what should people do? Because that was your experience. What should people do with the COVID vaccine?
Not at all. I'm not going to answer that. That's not appropriate. Like, I'm not going there. What I'm saying is, it does not seem as if it was extremely rare. I know that I'm just one person in this room. This room is not large. A lot of people who talked about it. Can you understand that potentially in a public health crisis, that the statistics might have been skewed somewhat by some individuals so that this policy would have been pushed through to have the effect that they really hoped it should have had at a systemic level. They needed certain thresholds to be met. I'm just wondering, do you think that's even a possibility?
No, it is not, because we used to see the death rates in the hospitals. We used to see how the physicians were just dying of exhaustion dealing with all these people. We kept seeing the death tolls, and then when the vaccine came, it all went down.
That has nothing to do with my statement. I understand what you're saying. It can be perfect. No, they're mutually exclusive, right?
What's mutually exclusive?
Did you hear what I said? I said, do you not think that potentially the statistics were skewed a little for national security?
No, I mean, okay, I don't. Do you have evidence that it was done? Do you have any evidence not to?
Listen, if it's national security, how do you expect me to have evidence of this? I'm just a guy. No.
Because it comes out. Everything comes out, right?
What?
These kinds of, yeah, because
Isn't this like survivorship bias kind of argument right here?
No, this is what Benjamin Franklin said, that 3 people can keep a secret if 2 of them are dead.
And then
none of these.
And you can just noise over the top and just scream over people and just say, no, it's not true.
You know, you wanna play conspiracy theories? Go right ahead. I'm not a conspiracy theorist. I lived in the community. I saw what was going on. I saw
Sam,
people
I
getting sick, and then I saw people not getting sick.
Okay, but I want to make my position clear. I think it's somewhere in the middle. I think that there was propaganda on both sides. I think there was a lot of noise and a lot of people died, and a lot of people died for a lot of reasons, in my opinion. You know, it was the virus. Yes, it was the virus, and I do think that some people got harmed, and perhaps more.
Well, on what do you base your conclusions, right? On what
That's fine.
On what set of facts?
That's fine. So, put it
What's
this way.
fine? On what set of facts?
He's already said it. This is simply what he thinks, which is fine. Me personally, I have no problem with you admitting you don't have the facts, you don't have the stats. This is just your opinion. I got no problem.
Okay, so let me try to reframe this in one way. I understand that you can't entertain this world, but I do entertain a world where there are national security interests and potentially, and you know what, we might be able to go back and see historical precedents that the government has lied to us for all different kinds of things. So whatever, you can use the word conspiracy theory. But if we see that it's happened in the past, and if this was some sort of national emergency, then perhaps they did need to meet thresholds. Perhaps this was done. I'll answer your question if you give me just 1 minute. Okay, so if I don't have, and Steve, you said facts, that's perfectly fine. If I don't have the data to be able to back this up, I did the best that I could. And what I did was, personally, I tried to listen to as many groups as possible. And what I saw was most people were pinned into one or the other. And whenever they went into another, the other's terrible. Everyone got tribalized. And so you were either in one or the other. I tried to spend a good amount of time in both, and I saw that there was massive noise everywhere. And so I pulled myself back out and I said, well, whenever there's massive noise everywhere, what is really going on? It's some sort of like war state. It's something. And I understand, propaganda and misinformation and it's Russians and this and that. Of course that's in play. All of this was in my equation, but I was saying, it seems as if the truth died. This is some sort of war state, and the truth died early. And there's massive noise sprayed over everything. And trying to find the signal is incredibly difficult. Into kind of black and white perspectives that it seems like I could try to begin to, challenge these. And I was just attacked by either group. And I was just like, well, I don't know. It doesn't seem as if many people are willing to take an unbiased view here. And that was just my experience, and I dealt with it for years from every which side. And I'm going to deal with it now, and that's okay. I've said my piece, and that's perfect.
Yeah, and that's fine. I mean, I'm perfectly comfortable with you saying that our government has lied to us before. We know that's a fact. We found it out after the fact. I'm perfectly comfortable with you saying, based on the history of our government, that it is possible that maybe our government lied to us about the COVID vaccine. I'm comfortable with that. I come from the point of view, show me the facts, show me the statistics. Other than that, I'm not aware of anybody hiding the truth from us. As far as politics and doctors and friends and partners coming out saying, if you take the vaccine, you're stupid. If you don't take the vaccine, you're stupid. Well, once again, that's just opinions. I've given you a certain set of statistics, numbers. Sam has too. We know these numbers that we have repeated to be true. And still, some people say, well, I think, and it's my opinion, and that's fine. I got no problem.
Steve, last thing, and thank you. I appreciate this. We're having
Sure.
this discussion here. So, in some of these lies that government has told, has it taken quite a bit of time for the truth to come out?
Some yes.
Okay, thank you.
Some no.
Yes, sure.
Hell, I don't know if you were here 15 minutes ago. I was quoting about RFK's testimony before Congress. Here's our person in charge of Human Health Services who has the gall to come out and say that the measles vaccine did not contribute or was the main cause to measles basically being eviscerated. It was based on good health and good hygiene, and he's basing the whole thing on one damn study, which has been debunked, and the doctor in charge of that study lost his license for flat out lying.
Well, Steve, I'll tell you something.
Yeah.
It's not exactly that, but it's kind of during the same time period. I was on just regular social media the other day, and someone was mentioning, they were basically talking about flu vaccines and how many people died of the flu in World War II. And they were really trying to make it about, like, oh my God, it's just the vaccine. I just wanted to, do you have an understanding in World War I how many variables were in place there? Do you think that health, nutrition, the chemical warfare, do you think that there were contributing factors outside of being vaccinated or not as to the spread of epidemics during that time period and the massive deaths that happened?
I'll answer that in a second. First off, the reason why I repeated the thing about RFK is because you asked it to take a long time or whatever to find out if our government has lied to us. We knew as he was speaking his words in real time that RFK was lying when he testified under oath before Congress. But as far as your question that you asked, I don't understand your question. Can you rephrase it?
Yes, sorry, I kind of went all over the place.
No, that's okay.
Yeah, so someone was online and they were trying to make a point that that it was due to the.
Okay, I don't know what it. I don't know what it is.
Sure. So time period World War I.
Yeah.
The epidemics that happened, the flu deaths that happened, the massive flu deaths.
Are you talking about
the Spanish flu?
1918 Spanish flu.
I've done a lot of research. I've done a lot of research on Spanish flu.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay. So there was trench warfare. There was gangrene. There was chemical warfare. There was famine that happened a couple of years ago. Do you think that there were contributing factors of potentially like malnutrition and chronic stress and all sorts of other variables that were involved besides being vaccinated?
Yeah, the answer is yes. I think that anything that lowers your immune system, all of those things you mentioned do contribute to sickness, illness, and death. Yes.
But why'd you mention vaccine? They didn't have a vaccine back then, Brandon.
Well, actually, he didn't mention vaccines. He mentioned everything but vaccine.
Oh, no.
Brandon.
It's okay. I misspoke.
I didn't hear him do that, JCC, but
I'll answer it. But hang on, Brandon.
Yes, I
Why
understand.
Why did you mention the vaccine?
A lady
It
was
wasn't around
talking
then.
about now that vaccination rates were dropping, and she was comparing it to that time period and saying, look at these people, and I think that her point was, maybe it was that they didn't have vaccine. I don't remember why, but she was talking about all the people that died.
Do that comparison.
I know, and that's why I've been after her. I was like, it doesn't even make sense. It's just bizarre. There were definitely many factors involved in it. So the whole idea was today. Do you think that and you've already answered this, that there are contributing factors, such as if you had a robust immune system, that certain diseases that are immune susceptibilities, genetic susceptibilities that people can have. Some people, if they have robust immune systems and are in good health, perhaps the vaccinations are not
here is my answer to that, and then JCC, you might want to comment. I think it depends what you're talking about. In my humble opinion, anybody that does not get the basic vaccines, rubella, mumps, measles, what did Neil Young not get vaccinated for? Not by his own fault. The smallpox, but that's not it. There's another one, guys. It's crippling. What?
Polio?
Polio, thank you. Anybody that does not get those vaccines, they are a stupid idiot. And regardless of how robust your immune system is, I don't think that matters. If you don't get vaccinated for those basic illnesses and diseases, you're a fool. Now, when it comes to COVID, I personally think COVID is a personal decision. I do not, look, I got the basic vaccine. I got one booster. I will not take the COVID vaccine again.
I will never get boosted again.
15 years ago, I swore I would
I
never
swear
have
to God, I'll never
That's
take
a
another
different
booster
animal
again.
than those basic vaccines that you get when you're a child from 6 months, 2 months.
I recommend you get the flu vaccine annually, dude.
Definitely get that annually. I agree. Absolutely. The science proves that an annual flu vaccine indubitably makes you absolutely more protected from any shortcoming in health. And in fact, it is an added benefit to one's health, an incredible possible improvement to what could have been without. And I highly encourage you to absolutely take it as your medical provider. I encourage you to take the best products. Only the best products for your health, my dear.
Be a case where some people have, you could say, a nuisance or more from having having this versus they might not have had the flu, or they might not have been protected. Let's put it that way.
Yeah,
No, you're conflating two completely different processes.
right.
On the flu vaccine, what you're trying to do is you map out the genetics of flu viruses across the globe. Over the year, you see which genetic strains are on the rise, which genetic strains are going down. And then based on that statistics, you vaccine to A, account for the strains that are on the rise, and B, predicting how this evolutionary process creates new strains in the future for the life of the vaccine.
How is that different than what you said?
Where they go wrong is not, or where it works and doesn't work, is not because people's immunities are different. It's because their prediction of what the mutation is going to be in the future was wrong.
Sorry, I didn't make that point. If you thought that was my point, that's not correct. I did mention more than one thing, though. I'm sorry if you got confused.
And I am a lawyer, you know.
I was confused. You did say a thing like sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. I think that's a weird way to think about it.
Yes,
I think sometimes it works.
My God,
I think
do I have to just say it again?
No,
This is
no.
This is the first time someone is.
Sometimes you, well, because you say sometimes it works and sometimes.
I said they try to predict which one is going to be more prevalent within months.
Right, and then you said sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't.
Yes.
And what I'm saying is that's a weird way to say it. Sometimes it works less and sometimes it works more. And it never works 100%.
You guys got this?
So no, I'm not, Dave, because I'm exposing, you have this like weird binary way of thinking. Like sometimes they get it right and sometimes they mess it up. That's not really. No. Well, I do. I think you're kind of. I think you think about. I don't think you're dumb. I think you think about these things weirdly. Like in your mind. Like so. Okay, you tell about.
Hero, please stop it. Brandon, you are right. I'm wrong. I misheard you. Sorry about that. I should not have interrupted you because I so wrongly heard what you said. So please now tell us what you were correctly saying.
Did I not already say this? I don't understand. What are you missing?
I'm just a simple attorney. What do I know? I'm just a lawyer!
The audience misheard what you said.
That's not true.
So
I'm an attorney and I'm just learning ESL. I'm an international business attorney. Corporate transactions, mergers and acquisitions internationally, of course.
I'm going to.
How dare you question my Vaccini? My Vaccini was perfect. The only side effects was bruising and a little inflammation, but not for long at all. Completely worth it. My health was protected beyond compare. It was the best protection insurance policy the body could buy.
Yeah.
Never question my Vaccini.
Fuck off, Brandon.
Never.
If I decide to work.
Oh.
Fuck off, Brandon.
Clubhouse Random. It's a Clubhouse Random. It's my Clubhouse Random show. How dare you question my Vaccini? That was my Vaccini. And there was no Vaccini like it. I took one, and then the boost, just to keep it up a little bit.
I might say, like, well, 50,000 people in the U.S. die a year in auto accidents. I think it's a little bit less than that now. But it's a lot of people. Right? So, seatbelts have been shown to save lives. But I could tell you a story about my uncle's
Tell us a story.
friend
Great.
who
I think we need to de-escalate from that clubhouse random. It's like Bill Maher's Club Random.
Like that happens, right? That happens probably a few times a year. You can tell those stories, but should I decide not to wear my seatbelt because of those stories?
No, you shouldn't.
I would do. Yeah. Okay. So your mom got Alzheimer's. Okay, old woman gets Alzheimer's.
It reversed.
Whether it
happened within days of her taking it, and it reversed a couple years.
Oh, okay, so I mean, first of all, based on your behavior, I don't really believe you. But
wow,
but, I mean, I might.
That's terrible. But okay.
I'm sorry, reversible Alzheimer's is not very well known.
I don't think it was actual Alzheimer's. She did not know what year it was for 2 years.
So she got confusion, right? She got confusion because of that.
Hold on, is this a binary or are these extremes? One was Alzheimer's and now it's confusion. Can we just land somewhere in the middle?
I'm trying to.
Serious cognitive issue.
What was her diagnosis?
There was no diagnosis initially. She didn't see a doctor for a long time. I didn't even know.
So then how do you
my family?
So then how do you know it was related to the vaccine?
I heard it from my aunt. Okay, I heard it from my aunt. My aunt was talking to her at the time. The guy.
How do you know? How do you know?
Okay, so I don't trust my aunt.
No, I completely agree with your aunt. How do you know it was related to the vaccine?
I don't. There's a temporal association. It was within days.
So correlation, causation,
come on, yes,
all of that. It's like, no, come on, what?
Within days, okay.
You are arguing. Listen, you are arguing against a large body of science and clinical trials using the story that your aunt tell you about something that you don't know what happened.
Listen, it wasn't just.
Is that logical to you?
No.
Is it logical? Is it logical?
It does seem.
Wait a second. Let me ask my next question. Is it logical to counter a statistical argument with anecdotal single points?
So
that is, if I say statistically, 95% of people will benefit from this, and you say my grandma didn't, is that a counter to my statistical argument?
No, it's not a valid counter.
Okay, so why are you, no. Yeah, I'm gonna go lawyer. So why are you, yes, I am. I'm a lawyer, so by definition I'm an asshole.
Yeah, you're trained to be psycho.
Oh yeah, absolutely. You ain't say nothing yet. Just get me pissed off, and then you're gonna see me come out. So why do you then bring out this anecdotal evidence to counter our contention that the vaccine was okay? No, I'm trying to figure your logic out.
Sam, so I'd like to be clear, and I have tried to be clear over and over. Somewhere in the
you're not, though. You're not. That's the problem.
Not clear to you. That's fine.
You're not. Well, I'm your audience, and so if you're not clear to me, then you're not clear.
And then I can get some fucking statements out. Is that okay with you, Sam?
Sure. Give your fucking statements.
Okay. So I agree with you that anecdotal evidence is it's something to take into consideration. If you don't take it into consideration whatsoever, then I would consider you and anyone else who's like that a fool, and that's fine. Some people lean entirely on just statistics that statistics. I will just stop there. There's lies, there's damn lies, there's statistics, but whatever. And listen, buddy, I land somewhere in the middle. I've been trying to say over and over that I think that the situation was complex, that there was death that happened all over the place. I think some of the deaths may have happened or some serious complications from the vaccine, but I also think the overwhelming majority likely happened from the virus. Okay, I think that there was just a ridiculous amount of noise, and what I tried to say, I brought this up personally because it did affect me. There weren't many people in this room, and I understand Hero's point that because you could bring out something random and at scale, you would expect it to happen every once in a while. Okay, but I was trying to put this in a space where I said that during that time period, I didn't only stay in one camp. And when I went to the other side, they did not have the data, and I admit that. And a lot of the data they brought up was terrible. And I challenged it as well. But there were many, many people who were noticing things, and it was not, it wasn't a one-off, okay? It wasn't just simple, a lot of something. Just foolish. That's all I'm going to say. It really foolish. But it wasn't just my personal account. It's all my experience at that time, understanding that there's propaganda all over this. If you want to go lawyer.
Yeah. So let me give my closing argument as to why this is not foolishness. I completely agree with you that we need to take anecdotal evidence into account. And how do we take anecdotal evidence into account? The way we do it is that we run clinical trials to see whether the anecdotal evidence has any teeth or not. And all of these anecdotal evidences that you're trying to bring us, these have all been worked out in clinical trials. We know the percentages of confusion being caused in old people due to the vaccine. The same way that we know the percentages of confusion being caused in old people by other vaccines. We know the percentage of people who get sick from the vaccine, who die from the vaccine. We know all of that. So I'm not dismissing your anecdotal evidence. I'm saying that your anecdotal evidence is now irrelevant because this issue has been dealt with and is worked into the statistics of the vaccine. If you read the package insert for the vaccine, you'll see that all of these percentages are listed there. So you're not telling us something that the scientific community doesn't know. You're telling us something that they know and they have worked it out. And the fact that it's an issue for you, it's because you haven't reviewed the relevant data.
Well, okay, so you're making an assumption there. I reviewed a lot of data. I simply disagree. We have different worldviews here. And you already stated you aren't in a world where there can be national security interests that skew statistics during.
I never said that.
Oh, you didn't?
No.
Are you sure? Because I asked that a little while, and I thought.
No, I asked you. No, on these things.
No, I'm sorry.
No, hold on a second. Yeah, on these things, because I don't know. I don't know where it was done or not. I asked for your evidence because you seem to know. So I asked, what is your evidence?
Yeah, that's fine. But Sam, can we just take?
If you don't have evidence, so I'm not going to accept your.
That's fine. But just to be clear.
I'm not saying that the opposite is true if I don't accept yours.
Yeah.
I'm just saying that I don't know.
It's okay. That's fine. So you don't know. You do live within a world where it is a possibility.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, that's perfectly fine. I think that we actually, this may seem.
No, but what is the relevance? What is the relevance?
Your point of view.
What's the relevance of that?
Because I think that this could still be a case. I think that in the years to come, perhaps
But why do you make that? Based on what do you make that?
I already told you, Sam. It's based on the experiences that I had during that time period.
So you have proven that
No, I have not proven.
Yes, you have. You have proven that there is a non-zero possibility that the government has lied to us, and that is something that doesn't take that much to prove, that much evidence to prove. But you have not shown any evidence that in this case there's a probability that they lied to us. You haven't shown what that lie could be, what the truth could be, why did they lie, who lied, right? All of this stuff. You're just saying because there's a possibility that they could lie, therefore they probably lied.
No, it's a little different than that, but I understand how you could land there, Sam. It's okay.
So land me in the right airport.
Okay, a little different. I think that based on my experiences, I entertained the notion that this might be going on during that time period. And again, what I looked at was a massive amount of noise, and I asked why. Why is it to this degree, and why does there seem to be in some circles so many reports, and in other circles they just slam those people out of the rooms, they just throw it out, they say it doesn't exist, you know, like just. I watched it here on Clubhouse. I watched it all online, and I wondered, well, what could account for these mechanisms being so strong right now?
Yeah. So
and
do you, go ahead.
I thought perhaps, you know, I continued my idea that maybe there's something going on, and I thought perhaps this is a serious issue. There is national security. Perhaps something has gone a little sour at some point during this process, and there is somewhat of skew and cover-up for things that might be going on. That was my general sense. Now, I understand you. I don't have the evidence to back that. That's how it's.
So do you think there is a possibility that fishermen in Greenland hacked into the CDC computers and changed the statistics? And the national security issue is not the statistics, but the fact that Greenland fishermen managed to hack into our CDC computers. Do you think that's a possibility?
Well, no. So I want to seriously entertain it, but I
no. Yeah. Is that a possibility?
Yeah. So, but if they did, couldn't they just flip it back? Like, I'm trying to understand how that plays out. Can you?
Yeah, it is. The fishermen bought a lot of shares in Pfizer, and they wanted Pfizer to sell a lot of vaccine. So they hacked into the computers, changed the data so that people would trust Pfizer and go do that, and Pfizer shares increase in price, and they make a lot of money. And this is precisely why Trump wanted to annex Greenland. To punish them for this behavior. Yeah, so is this possible?
I mean, no, maybe.
Why not? No, is this possible?
Yeah, there's so much that is possible as far as hacking.
Yes, that's it. That is it.
Are you saying the friend of
when you don't have any data, when you don't have any information, then everything is possible.
Yeah.
Right? So my story has as much chance to be true as your story.
No, because it's not just you.
No, because we both don't have any evidence for our story.
Well, okay, but evidence or anecdotal evidence. So like I said, as I went through these experiences, and I didn't just stay in one group that pushed all these people out, I listened to their stories, and there were many of them.
Yeah, my grandma's sister, she dates this Danish guy who has a cousin in Greenland, and my cousin told him about this. That's my anecdotal evidence. Kind of like your aunt told you about your mom who got this, right?
Yeah,
no, I mean, the thing
my
is,
aunt was just lying to me or something.
No, you're lying to me. I have no idea who you are, what this story is, who your aunt is, whether your mom had this or not. I have no idea if you're making this up or telling the truth. The same way that you have no idea if I'm making this Greenland story up or not.
Yeah, I'm pretty damn sure you're making it up, buddy.
Well, the government seems very sincere when they lie to us too, right? Like,
yeah.
So here's a real. This first of all, the Greenland example I think was good. It was funny, so I accept the notion that the government there's a history of our government lying to us. There's also very good history of just people lying. People on the internet, just people lying about stuff. And I don't understand this. I don't understand why people get on like little crusades and start spearheading a cause, but that is clearly wrong. And I'm not.
Been here a while. Wait, this is really personal to me. This is
Let me finish. It's personal to everybody.
My mom, okay? This was my fucking mom. This definitely happened.
I know.
Fucking asshole.
And I'm actually.
Oh, you fucking did, you jackass.
Well, I'm not questioning your sincerity, because I think this probably happened. I mean, I assume it happened anyways. I don't think you're lying to us. But people lie. Like I talked to Steve Kirch on this app. That dude was a fucking liar, right? Like it's easy. Like,
Hey, this is Dre, y'all. See, hold on. See,
My people gonna take my baby to Disney World. I'm gonna tell you where they from. We in
You're going to the real Disney World. Where you're at right now.
Okay, so this is just weird. The fact that you really, the way that you worded everything here, at least beginning, you did not believe me, and I've been here for a while. Like, you don't think that I care about at least trying to, from my perspective, understand the truth and to tell people things honestly? You just see me as a troll? You think that's all I do, or do I simply have a bit of distance from you thinking and maybe
distance from us? We tend to follow the scientific method, and you don't.
Jesus.
That seems to be the
Whatever, buddy. I was good in science. I got a computer science degree. I don't know.
Yeah, so no, you didn't learn about sufficiency of proof. You didn't learn about
Why? Why do you
statistical.
think this?
Because you're citing me anecdotal evidence to counter statistical arguments.
And yet you said that it was something that you should take into consideration.
And I told you that we did take that into consideration, and we discussed it.
But you remember what I said was.
Yeah, we are, because you keep not scientific method to your arguments.
No, that's
and we
not
keep
it.
applying science. It is it.
That's literally not it.
Yeah, my worldview is evidence-based, yours is not.
You just declare it to be so.
No, it actually is. No, I don't Michaela. Yeah, go ahead, bye.
Brandon? Okay.
Hopefully not.
Okay.
Look, I think that I learned some things from this.
I thought you were leaving. What happened?
Jeez.
Why aren't you leaving?
You're a fucking asshole, Sam. I don't know why.
I told you, you ain't seen nothing yet. I am. I truly am.
Yeah,
Ask all these people here. They've known me for 5 years now. Ask
those people in the audience, he's just a fucking jackass. That's it.
I am. Just ask
You don't
Benjamin.
give a fuck about the truth. How about that? You give a fuck about supposed evidence and authorities.
I don't know what the truth is, right? I don't know what the truth is. I just know what the evidence are.
What a coward, he hit and ran. What a coward.
I gotta call him a coward after he calls you out. Oh, that was beautiful. Beautiful. Another exciting episode of My Vaccine, My Body, and My Choice. Don't criticize my Mancini! My Mancini was perfect for my body. Protected by encapsulated form perfectly for the longer duration of my presence.
My daughter said that.
You don't understand statistics, sir. You certainly do not understand science. But if you did, you wouldn't be so stupid and effing retarded as Dr. Stephen Bell put it, because that makes you an R word, an F word, all the worst things. Horrible. This is fully encapsulates my latest film by Mancini, mine, Mancini.
Just saying, I like this thing because I like it, and that's
My
why I buy it.
Mancini, I loved my Mancini, don't you question my Mancini, it was positive, it was beneficial, it was wonderful, it protected me
It's a
perfectly.
different story than I expected, as opposed to how can I make my dogma correct? And you're not really doing science or ready to do science. That's the problem.
Oh.
It doesn't sound like you're ready to learn.
Yeah, you're not ready to
Like,
learn.
just like a,
You're not ready to
like
learn.
a preliminary thing.
Oh boy, ladies and gentlemen, I am losing all faith that anyone is redeemable. None of these people have changed or learned a thing in 5 years.
I like the
How terrifying!
I only look at the evidence that I like.
What a compliment.
Exactly, everything is protection.
No, I just look at the evidence.
I thought they said you would. I was like, what a compliment. regardless if it fits your narrative or not.
Yep. Very interesting.
So I think I have it's in a nonpartisan election, so her politics are irrelevant. But interestingly enough, her politics are progressive. I think I just voted for the first progressive I ever voted for in my voting career. She's not partisan. I think a woman named Felita Villarreal. She's running to be my city commissioner. It's a nonpartisan race, but like I know where she lies.
Yeah, for Texas stuff you're talking about. Okay.
Yeah, she seems to be like fairly progressive on the immigration issue, on medicine, on like community empowerment. And I didn't really think about it before because I liked the girl. So I was like, huh, that's interesting. I voted for the first progressive I've ever voted for.
I thought for some reason you were imitating something you heard Michaela say. I was like, what's going on? I was like, oh, you. You just there was no comma there, so I was like, wait, you just went right. I must have missed it. Gotcha. That's cool. How'd that feel?
Righteous.
People say righteous before kill too, so never can tell what that means.
I mean, badass. I like her. I would never have agreed to help her if I didn't think she was qualified to do the job. She comes from like a 501c3 background, managed a charity that does like professional development for folks on the lower end of the ladder, college and like high school development and like placing people into internships, right? Basically giving the poor in the Rio Grande Valley access to professional advancement. And she went from a $2 million, like under a $2 million budget to a $6 million budget, which for my area is big. I realize in a big city it's probably not all that big. And she did that, and she's a public accountant, which means she'll be really good at looking through the city's books and where we spend our money. So I like her. Plus, she's just a genuinely nice person.
There you go.
Hey, Marshall, do you know Peter Navarro?
I do know.
On the Trump team?
I do know he's on the Trump team.
Yeah, so Peter Navarro used to be a Democrat. And he ran for Congress in San Diego. And, Hillary Clinton came in, campaigned for him and all that. He is the reason that I voted Republican once. I voted for Brian Bilbray, who got elected and then got kicked out the next election because he voted to impeach Clinton, and San Diego was not an impeaching area. So they voted him out. And then after he left office, this Brian Bilbray, he was indicted for fraud and this and that. So Peter Navarro forced me to vote for a fraudster Republican. And then Phil Angelides forced me to vote for Arnold Schwarzenegger. Because I could not stand Phil Angelides. He was a snake.
Well, I will. So there are two races on the Texas ballot. Depending on who gets elected, I'll actively vote against on the other side of the aisle. If it's Ken Paxton, I will vote for James Tellerico, despite the fact that he's more progressive. And then whoever Dan Patrick's Democratic opponent is, I really don't like Dan.
Who's Dan Patrick?
Like
okay.
The lieutenant governor of Texas, he told me in 2020, and I'm quoting him nearly exactly, that if I did not think that Trump's 2020 Republican inauguration was God's gift to mankind, now God's gift to mankind is my own alliteration, if I didn't think it was awesome, then I was not a Republican. And he then told me
out of office ever since. You don't ignore the entire other half of the state because they're not of your political affiliation. Like, that is just wrong. So those two races I actively vote against. My state senator race, I vote for the Democrat. My county judge race, I vote for the Democrat.
Okay.
My sheriff race, I vote for the Democrat. Right? Like, I'm weird as a Republican insofar as I mix my ticket every election and have since I was 18. I've never voted a straight red voter. I think straight ticket voting is kind of dumb. I think it should be about like who you think will do the best job. But on a side note, they finally finished putting that LNG pipe on my land. Took them a month, but they finally finished. Then they'll put all the dirt back down, smooth it out, and then put some grass seeds on it so it goes. And then that's what they're obligated to do. The other thing I find that most interesting about science, that it's supposed to be replicatable. I think that's an interesting part of it.
Hello.
That you should be able to replicate the experiment. Oh, sorry, Sam.
Interesting idea as well. Maybe someday science will adopt that feature. We'll see.
Benjamin.
Hey, Sam.
Until you have explained your page 102, you're not allowed to talk about that. Okay? You have not explained your page 102, so you're not in any position to talk about anybody else's data. But one thing, among friends. No, yeah, don't interrupt. I was gonna say, you guys know me. If you want to argue against me, calling me an asshole is not going to cut it. Because I don't care if you call me names, as long as you're making a rational argument. So calling me an asshole isn't gonna win you the point. It isn't gonna make me stand it. So in the future, if you're ever going to an argument with me, if you call me names, I just know that I'm winning the argument. That's all it means.
That's my argument. Well, that's Benjamin. I mean, you guys are next to each other for a reason. That's kind of just like saying, Sam, I see you. Benjamin, I see you. It's the same thing, right?
Exactly.
No, I agree with Sam here. I think the ad hom is just a capitulation.
Except,
I don't have any arguments.
No. Except when I call you a moron, because you actually are a moron at that point. It's not an argument.
It was good for the gander.
No, asshole is different than a moron, because when you speak, you actually provide complete evidence for your morality.
Are you saying you think science is replicatable?
What does that have to do with you being a moron?
Something
All right. Okay. Yeah. See? You're a moron for bringing that up.
It's actually interesting how emotional regulation works its way into argumenting.
It's fascinating. Yeah, that's what I was thinking about.
I'll be honest with you, growing up and debating with my mentors, that's something that I guess the mentors that I had in life kind of purposely did. They would get me into states of dysregulation, and then they would just show me that I lost the argument based off of my inability to be emotionally regulated. So it's interesting how like
You just gotta work on not losing arguments or manipulating not throwing words out.
Thanks for the advice. It's actually interesting how people always want to be right and how their emotions seem to be tied to their strive to. And so I would say like the two biggest learning lessons had nothing to do with the actual content of the debates. The two biggest learning lessons had to do with not always wanting to be right and being emotionally regular.
I wish I had your debate mentors.
Yeah, I don't know. I had to storm away several times until I learned how to sit there still and to accept being wrong and not be upset about it. It was a lot of
See a Benjamin joke right now. That's where I would normally throw in my Benjamin joke.
But I will say, like, that's what I appreciate about you.
Joke that you're holding back on this, or you want to do it?
Yeah, I was holding back. I was gonna say like, well, it's great training for being wrong. You can listen to Benjamin every day. Come on in here and you can see how.
Yeah. I'm not afraid to be wrong. I think it's more important to hack out the issues. Being right is kind of.
Yeah, I think.
And almost always.
I think that had more to do with like the testosterone as a young man or something. I don't know. In my younger 20s, I for sure always wanted to be.
See, I don't care if the person is right or wrong. Right? I just care. Can you support your position?
My entire spiel is based on that.
I don't care if it's right or wrong.
Show your work. I want to see your work. I want to see the evidence. I want to see the argument. I want to see.
Going to say, show me the data.
Exactly. Show me the data.
Really serious today.
Bernie Sanders woke me up.
Yeah, see, Benjamin, it's been how many years I've been telling you, show us the data of the Foster calculations that you've done. And you refuse to do that.
When I do like what we're doing in calc today, like I very, very rarely actually do the math in the class that often. Like I will do it enough so they know I'm an expert on it and that they realize that I'm not going to be doing the math they are, right? So I'm kind of like a dentist. Like only when they're stuck do I come in and show them like what they're missing or whatever, right? So today we're in the middle of, well, I won't bore you with the details of the problem, but there was a way to get to the answer of the problem in about 7 seconds. But the way that they thought the problem was like should have been like a 3-minute problem, right? They were missing sort of like, and that's why it was so key to see. I need to see what you.
So he sits there and doesn't teach them anything. He tricks them and then pokes and prods, but yet teaches nothing. He's a failure as a teacher, failure as a room mod. He's no pro, he's a horrible musician. And John Kitover, running for Chicago, is obviously a much better musician than Pro Lyrical. That's just a fact, ladies and gentlemen. The fact that I'm sitting in here producing the Pro Lyrical show means that I'm the master recorder. You could call me the master beta, and I'm just trying to articulate and ejaculate, but I can't seem to find my Shechina. Reborn Shell Alarm, it's coming. It's coming. I just keep coming. People ask me, what's your secret to success, John? And I say, I just keep coming. I just keep coming. Coming. And I just keep on coming. Come. He keeps coming. Come. He keeps coming. Come.
He keeps coming. Doesn't mean if I agree with you in real life.
Okay, now I see what you're working on and what you valued and what you did, blah, blah, blah.
So Benjamin, if I were to ask John Mallinckrodt if you showed your calculations and your data to him,
It's right here.
yeah, on the cluster stuff, would he say,
Right here.
so Andy, Andy, did Benjamin do the calculations for cluster using the data that he generated during the experiments to show that cluster's conclusions are incorrect? When Andy comes back, I'll ask him again. But what would you think? So the question to you, Andy, is did Benjamin show you the data for the experiments he conducted that concluded Foster's 1906 paper was wrong?
Probably not. He never conducted any expense stuff. The data he did share was for.
But today I just told him until you show us your data and said, I have shown the data here. I have shown it many times. Ask Andy. So I'm asking you, did he speak the truth when he said that he has done the experiments, he has the data, has shown it here?
Well, he definitely has not done any experiments.
Okay.
He did share some data from Delft that he claims to have encouraged Delft to publish that was never published before. And he also shared some, was it a collab, or I'm not sure what it was, but it was like a Python notebook thing that did some stuff with the data. But on talking to him, I'm not convinced at all that he actually understands the data.
Okay.
And he claims that, I could just filter the data and get any result I want. And like, well, of course, if you just fucking filter, like, just to, but he's never demonstrated that the way he's filtering it is motivated by any reasonable method, or that the way that Delft filtered it was unreasonable. He claims it is, but he's never.
So he did not tell the truth when he said that he has shown it, many times.
I mean, I guess I'm coming in late here on that.
No. Okay, so you are not aware of him having shown the data many times in class.
He did share the Delft data.
No. Did he show the data of the experiments he conducted to show Foster's paper was incorrect?
Oh, absolutely not. Nothing.
Okay, thank you. That's it. It was a yes or no question.
It's kind of a silly question because Foster's data is not available, so what we can show it.
That wasn't the question. We didn't. No, we didn't. We didn't at all talk about Foster's data. Nobody talked about Foster's. No, I didn't say that. Yeah, but I didn't talk about his data. I said you conducting the experiments to show us that the Foster paper was wrong. No, you have. Well, Andy just said you haven't. Well, Andy. Well, you asked. You told. So who did you show it to? Who did you show it to?
I've seen one.
Well, Andy just said he hasn't. What are you talking about?
That's on him.
Andy, are you lying to me?
I said you. So Benjamin, did Sam just now misrepresent what you said earlier? Did you? Who first mentioned Klauser? Because Sam just asked me asked me if you did the experiment on Clauser's data, and I said absolutely not, because we did not ever do anything with Clauser's data. You did do something with the Delft data. I don't think what you did is of any significance. You think it is, and you present it as you did, nothing like that. But I'm not sure. Again, I want things something weird. Well, not weird. It's normal stuff.
I shared with
I'm just
you.
glad the anti-vaxxers are no longer here.
I shared with you the experiments I conducted.
That's not what you know. No, taking the data and putting it in Excel and doing things is not an experiment. That's why I said absolutely not, because that's not.
You can absolutely run experiments on data.
No.
You can run experiments on data.
No, that's not an experiment. That's not an experiment.
You don't run experiments on data. You run experiments to collect data. What are you talking about?
Analysis of data is not an experiment.
Okay. We kind of, everything got twisted 700 different ways. So let me start over again. Benjamin, have you conducted experiments and collected data to show that the Clauser paper is incorrect?
Yes.
You have. Have you shown those experiments to anyone? The results of those experiments to anyone and the procedures? Yes. Have you shown them to anyone on Clubhouse?
Yes.
Who have you shown on Clubhouse?
Yeah.
Andy claims he has not seen that data and has not had that conversation with you. Are you sure that you have conducted those experiments and collected the data that prove Clauser is incorrect?
It's just on.
Are you sure that you have done that?
Yep.
Okay. Have you tried to publish your results?
In the sense that it's on Kitover.
Have you tried to publish? Have you tried to publish your results?
That's unequivocally not true what you're saying. You've not done an experiment on Clauser's data. You actually just said you didn't.
I've done an experiment on Clauser's data.
Yeah, no,
How could anybody
Sam
do an
just asked you
experiment
that.
on
Sam
Clauser's
just
data?
asked you that, and you said yes. Just there.
Sorry, the experiment was done on the Delft data. That's Robert Hansen's project, not Clauser's, because Clauser didn't publish his data.
So,
So wait a minute. No, hold on. Clauser. So did you not publish your data either in your paper? Exactly what you need.
Make it available to the public?
Did you do than Clauser did with his data in your paper? Do you disclose the raw? Do you disclose the raw data in your paper? Where? What page number? What page number in your paper? Yeah. So did you publish your raw data with in your paper?
I haven't published this work yet.
Yeah, this is how you show this. You know, you're just asking these questions and then you can't answer them because it's caught in the line and doesn't know how to get out of it.
Can I try to
So,
say what
I so no, stop.
Yeah.
I have some like very basic science questions. experiment with data, I thought the idea with like looking at somebody else's experiment and criticizing it was that you then performed the experiment yourself. Like you tried to perform the experiment yourself. And then if you
objection to the results are. Are you saying that they didn't collect right data? They did the experiment wrong, so we can't trust the data? Or are you saying that they did the experiment right, but they processed the data section? Then you have the discussion section. So you either say their methodology was incorrect, or you say their methodology was correct, but you say they got the right data, but they analyzed it incorrectly. Those are three different things. So if they analyzed it incorrectly, you don't repeat the experiments. You just do the analysis on the data that they have provided, and then you say, see, we did the math, and they were wrong. But if you don't trust the actual experimental results, then you do the experiment to show if they got the right result or not.
So say you've done the experiment, you've gotten all the paper results, right? You've written it all down. Don't you then have to like publish this data to like an audience of your peers who are then
So you then review it? No, you draft the paper, okay, and you submit it to a journal. And usually you try to submit it to the most prestigious journal you can. And then, and that's based on how important the study is, how widely beneficial it is, things like that. You want to publish it in a generalist journal like Nature or Science, or do you want to do it in a specialized journal of organic chemistry, right? So you decide where you want to publish it. You send it there. The editor of your section reviews it and then decides if it's complete or not, if it's proper for publication or not. If everything is okay, then the editor sends it to 3 or more reviewers. They review this and they send back comments. Comments could be either grammatical, which you know about, or they could be substantive. They could raise the question that we don't think the results support the conclusions, right? And then the editor takes those comments into account and sends it back to the author and says, you need to fix this, this, and this in your paper. The author goes back in the lab, gets my data, fixes this, this, and that, and resubmits it. It goes back to the same reviewers after resubmission. They approve it, goes back, and then the paper gets published. That's a process.
But it seems to me that if one were to look at it would seem hard to take a layman to conduct an experiment on data if you find a reasonably an experiment unless you find that replication is not needed.
So you don't do experiments on data. You do analysis on data. You do experiments to collect. So
I feel like I want to explain my understanding of what instrument thinks he's done. You looked at the Delft data. If you think about
what what is the Delft?
The Delft experiment was a Bell test experiment. The unique thing about it, there's a big old, I'm walking.
Oh, wow.
Little snake. Hey, dude. It's a garter snake. Hi there. No, it's not a
Snake.
garter snake. This is a gopher snake.
It's a boa.
Okay, they're very long. Gopher snakes are a little creepy because they look a lot like rattlesnakes. They're not. Okay. And what they built was it was a very long distance. Like, I forget now, over like kilometers, 1.5 or maybe more. I forget. Which so the Bell test experiments have these like loopholes, and the loopholes are kind of silly. I think Benjamin has admitted that he thinks they're silly too. But there's like they have gone through like jumped through a bunch of weird hoops to try to like close some of these loopholes. And I think the Delft was the first, or maybe one of the first, to like claim a loophole-free Delft or a Bell test. Part of the result of that, because of all the crazy things they did, there's a relatively small number of events. It's like 247 or something like that. When I first heard that, I was like, that's bullshit. There's got, like, I assumed these experiments had like millions of results, but I kind of understand why they had such few numbers, because they had such weird constraints that they put on themselves. Because the other experiments with millions of events had already been done. you do an experiment, you prove a thing, and you're like, well, maybe we want to close this loophole, we want to close that loophole, and they're like, I know, I want to close all these loopholes at once, and whatever. It was a weird configuration, so it was a fairly small number of actual events to the results. But the one thing you gotta think is like they're taking events. So they have little photon detectors that kilometers apart, and they're getting little pings, ping, 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 ping all the time. And what you're trying to do is correlate events and say, hey, these two events over here at A and over here at B, they probably came from the same originating event, right? Now, if they're too far apart from each other, you'd be like, well, okay, you can get false positives, you can get false negatives, the sensors are very sensitive, photons can leak in, photons can leak out. There's lots of reasons why you wouldn't expect every single originating event to have an actually successful, I got 2 events recorded at either end. It's actually kind of a low success rate. So you can imagine that you would have to be very careful about the timings, about the recordings, and when you decide whether the 2 events recorded on opposite ends of the experiment are highly likely to have been, entangled particles. So in the experiment, they have these filters and stuff, and they decide how to do this. And it's tricky, right? Benjamin thinks this trickiness is actually them fucking with the data. He's like, oh, if I just open up this timing parameter, I just get classical results. My response is, well, of course you get classical. I mean, if you just open it up and start being like, well, this event, half a second after this event, actually came from the same originating event, you're basically including stuff that's obviously can't be entangled. I mean, even when the timing is very tight, you don't know for sure they're entangled, but the likelihood. So he sees this filtering as evidence of fuckery. I see this filtering as the kind of shit you would have to do if you were doing this experiment. He claims to have said oh, if I just adjust these parameters, this Bell inequality violations just disappear. And I'm like, well, of course they disappear because you've just widened the window. You're including So Benjamin thinks he's found something. I think he's just full of shit. That's my attempt to steelman Benjamin's position.
I did put an article in.
No, I would rather you just respond to what I just said.
Yeah, you just said I did an experiment on the data and I found.
No, you did not do an
evidence of
experiment.
fuckery.
You did an analysis.
chat talks about
And
the line
you
between
came up with the wrong
article in the chat talks about the line.
He's not. He will not.
There's no article in the chat. When you click on it, no article shows up.
You gotta copy and paste it.
So you're not going to say that I'm misrepresenting you somehow, or anything?
Oh, sorry, is this the
You're gonna
image,
do, like,
image and logic, Peter Gallison?
Yeah. In that article,
This is a book.
Yeah.
Okay.
He talks about the line between both the experiment and the numerical analysis, and that really, without the numerical analysis, in these high data particle physics experiments, he's really talking about CERN, right? You got
Benjamin, have you conducted experiments and collected data to show the Closser paper is wrong?
Yeah, in this way.
No. It's that's not an answer. Have you done it or have you not done it?
No, and hold on, Benjamin, wait, please for a second. I just explained my understanding of your reasoning, right? You could have steered in and said, no, actually, when I discovered the way they were filtering it was wrong, this is why I think it's wrong. You could have drilled into it, right? But you're not. You're steering away from it. You're going to be like, oh, there's other paper. Let me just talk about this for a second. So you could say, I am misrepresenting you, or you could say, you could try to defend this theory, but you're not doing that right now. You're pivoting away, as you do. I would rather you actually discuss why you think the filtering they're doing is fuckery.
I think what Andy's saying is we would rather you be honest as opposed to lie to us in response to every question. So I'm gonna ask again. Have you conducted? Can you answer this question once and for all? Have you conducted experiments based on Closser's theories and all that? Have you conducted experiments and collected data to show that Closser's 1976 paper is wrong?
Yeah.
Have you shown that data to anyone?
Yeah, and you see.
Did we just go through this?
We did.
That Andy said he hasn't seen it. That it wasn't, that the data you showed him wasn't the experiment I'm asking you about. There's no, it's, have you done it? Have you not done it? No, it is not fair to say, have you done it or have you not done it? Okay, so then we conclude you are lying, right? Is that a fair conclusion that you're lying to us?
Benjamin, the way to handle Sam's question is say, well, it's not Clouser's data, it's Delft's data. And I did do an experiment, and hold on, and I didn't do an experiment, I did some analysis, and Andy has seen that. That would be accurate.
Let me address those 2 points. Look, the data is taken from Delft, but because Clouser did not publish the data, and I spoke to Clouser, and he said, well, a lot of people have replicated it, so find the data there, in essence. So he is just inviting me to assume that all other replications of the study are equivalent to his. In that sense, an analysis of Delft is an analysis of Delft.
No.
That's on fairly solid ground.
Not even.
Sorry, what?
The communication chain between Benjamin and Clouser is cringy. Like you could have said, hey Clouser, I'm really interested in this. I realize you don't have your data. Can you help me find data to maybe to some underground lab or somewhere like that? I'm interested in this. Like, and he could have said fuck off, or he could have been like, actually, I have a colleague at Berkeley who runs the underground physics lab. You should get a hold of him. Like he could have done it that way, but actually, you were super rude to me.
But that's not the point. Right? That's not the point. The point is that John has told you, he's a physicist, and he has told you that the experiments that Clauser did do get repeated in undergraduate
Bernie Sanders
physics.
woke me up.
Have you
I'm openly getting
tried
6-year-old
those
transgender nephew wanted
experiments?
something different than most kids for his birthday.
Have you looked into that? Yeah. Have you looked? Yeah. Have you looked into it? So.
One was is the Delft data.
So.
data.
No. I don't care. Right.
It's very.
Oh man.
It's very fun. I like it. It's very fun.
It's an honor to do that. What if you had a client that went on to commit mass murder? Then they do that. And they call me. Okay. Have you ever had the ability to let us kind of like band with at least a super villain with some great.
Okay.
Yeah, he listens to like
Yeah.
videos.
Alright.
It's an honor to do that.
Okay. Alright. No. Okay. So yes, I see the scientific method.
Getting back to your second
Everything
question.
Benjamin says. Why do I? No. I don't want to get back to anything. I think we're done. And do you want to get back to the second question or? What? What is it?
Bring about stagnation and
But actually, it was. You know what? I think the guy was a math class because when he was construction tech, which I completely understand, and I'm totally glad I did that. Because it was a construction class. Well, so he had 3 classes, 2 construction classes and 1 like engineering class, and it was fucking awesome. They're building. Okay, so the construction class was divided up the first years and second years. The people who had like taken it the second time, they were outside building a I don't know, 250 square foot like little structure. They had like a little bedroom, a little living room, a little kitchen, a little thing. Like so, imagine that stick built construction, a roof, windows, door, like cabinetry, little sink, little bathroom. Like it was, and they shipped this out, and they arranged whatever, totally awesome. And the kids inside were doing. I helped them with like resume building, like totally practical skill, right? And then the engineering class, they were doing like they weren't Arduinos, they were something called microbit chips, which was like I guess a newer generation.
That's from the UK.
What grade is this?
This was like it was high school, so like sophomore or junior or senior. And they were doing a little
micro Python.
Yeah, exactly. And they were doing a little project where they had like a little breadboard with 2 potentiometers and 2 servos and a little LED light like steering. Basically, the assignment was a laser turret.
Was a what?
A laser turret. And if you did it right, you could. Anyways, it was awesome, and I was helping them with both the hardware and the code. And I'm like, oh my god, this is my happy place. I love this shit. One of the kids asked me like, how do you know this stuff? And I'm like, half from hobby stuff and half from my professional work. Like I don't know, like this stuff is cool. Like I would do this all day for fun. I was super impressed, and I had a fun little discussion because the kid in the engineering class, a few of the kids knew what was going on. A lot of them were kind of struggling, as students do, and they were doing this funny thing with like, hey, send me the code. Your code works. So they were like, collaborating. There's a big emphasis on collaboration in education these days, which I think is great, but you can sort of see how it's breaking down. And I'm like, so I introduced the notion of the mythical man month. You guys know that, right? Like, a famous book that was written back in like the 70s. And, like, this idea that like
9 women.
no, shut the fuck up. Oh my god. Well, actually, that's right. I thought you were gonna go somewhere weird with that, but yeah. That's true. Yeah, and I'm like, you guys gotta like, it's just a weird balance because like, copying is. I wrote this on the board. I'm like, copy equals bad, reuse equals good. Like reusing code is a skill on its own. Like, so you definitely find code, other people's code, your own older code. You should. In fact, this is funny because like someone's like, "Hey, how'd you get this to work?" And he's like, "I took this from the last assignment." And I'm like, that's what you guys have to be. You have to be paying attention to. Like the last assignment was doing a thing, and you got to recognize now this next assignment is doing 3 things, but you can copy and paste some of your code and change the input numbers and change the variable names. But you have to look at that code and like recognize what it's doing, and don't just paste it in and be confused by why it's not working. So I was trying to, help them with this, and I'm sure the teacher's awesome and stuff, but he wasn't there. I know I was. So it was just really fun. Like I thought this was just a really great lesson and exercise for them to do, and some of them were thriving, some of them were struggling, some of them were checked out. That's just public education in the U.S. But to be in a classroom where they had like laser cutters in English and construction going on out back and 3D printers, there was a scene and sound, and I don't know. I thought it was cool. I had a good day. That's all I'm saying. We can get back to stupid shit now. If you want. Also, like version control. I'm like, you guys gotta save your code, right? So because when you have the version of the code that worked, and now you worked on it and it doesn't work, you really should be able to go back to the old version and try that one again and ask yourself what's going on with the hardware, what's going on with the software. I don't know. Just that general troubleshooting, I really enjoy that. And some kids catch on to it, and other kids are just their eyes are glazed over. But it's fun to. It's a fun. It's a fun subject to work with.
I sneeze.
So you're agreeing. Hi.
No, I just sneezed. I didn't realize. I didn't realize my mic.
Andy, about whether analyzing data is the experiment. Put that book where this is discussed. Look, you can be persuaded by that argument. There's different schools. There's definitely a Baconist, Kevin Bacon, view of what constitutes an experiment. But by that instruction, cosmology would not be science. Probably even Lidos.
No. They're measuring things.
Is not an experiment.
Oh, Lidos 100% is measuring. Look, you can take the data and analyze it. You can point out a flaw.
Bacon has
a
particular definition you're ignoring.
You could take the data and analyze it and point out a flaw. That would be very, very valuable. You pretend to have done that, but you have not done that.
Well, look. You're persuaded by my research.
Well, if it was right, I would be persuaded by it. I'm open-minded to it. I looked at it. I spent some time on it, after all.
You did. There's lots of research that is not persuasive. Dr. Penrose claims to be not persuaded by a lot of quantum mechanic research.
All you could do if you read and analyze someone's data is prove them wrong, right? You can
prove in science.
No, you can prove something's wrong though. You could show a mistake was made. Yes, you
Yes,
can.
you can. You can prove they're wrong.
Yeah.
You can't prove they're right.
Right.
Yes, you can. You do an experiment and show you got results that's counter to what they said, so they're wrong.
That's an awkward dichotomy. But
it's not. It's logic.
Yeah, you can analyze their data and come up with the same results, and you'd be like, nah, I don't know, yeah, okay. Okay, so you did the analysis right, whatever. Does that prove anything? No. It's just if there was a mistake, it wasn't in the analysis according to you. Like that's what you would do if you redid the data and came with the same result. You're pretending to come up with a different result, but you haven't defended that. You haven't explained it very well at all. You just say you do it. Like, I can come up with any value I want. But
well, to be fair,
what you're saying is, I can totally do the analysis badly and come up with any data I want. You haven't proven that they did something bad. You're literally demonstrating how to analyze data badly. And you're like, see, if I do it badly, I can come up with any result I want. That's all you're doing. You have not motivated the way you're doing it in particular is any better.
First of all, the kind of analysis I did is exactly the kind of analysis they did in the supplemental. Running a sweep over a parameter.
No, it's not. See, you're saying stuff because other people haven't looked at the supplemental. All the supplemental does is the supplemental is a little. The supplemental, like all supplementals, just goes into the data a little more carefully. But they don't sweep the data until they get the right result. No, they don't.
Well, that's a question. Yeah, they don't.
No.
Certainly don't say.
You make it sound like, oh, we're just gonna sweep to the data until we get the result we want, and then we're gonna be like, this is how we do it. That is your fantasy, right? Clearly, that's your fantasy. But you haven't convinced me. I've looked at the data, so. I'm ready for a smoking gun here, but you have not provided it.
That's fair. You have been provided with the evidence. You haven't absorbed it, and it's probably my fault. But I assure you, the evidence is there.
Well, I know a guy whose mom came down with Alzheimer's within a week of the vaccine, and then got better. Are you telling me that guy that I heard from his aunt? Are you calling us liars? Fucking asshole. A good appeal to emotion really that works on this, right? I think it's funny that his mom got better from Alzheimer's. And he's like, okay, maybe it wasn't Alzheimer's.
But the question is whether or not data science is science. That's really the question. And I would submit you should read that book. If you're not convinced that data science is science, I think it's important to understand what Bacon requires in a science experiment, which is you have to kick the tires. In other words, you have to interfere with nature.
I'm open-minded to data science.
Really cause in astronomy.
Okay.
You can't.
I don't know why you
bring
up Bacon, other than Bacon being
Francis Bacon. Well, because Francis Bacon kind of lays down a useful definition for what here. Hanson, I'll invite him up. Francis Bacon lays down a kind of early description of what the scientific experiment is, and it's a good one.
What? Okay, can you stop talking so much and just say what it is? Like, say what it is.
I'll read it to you.
Just be quick about it. I don't think you just flourish. It's the introductions, and it's the not answering the questions. Stuff.
No, I am silent for hours and hours and hours.
I'm open-minded to data science be in science because I think data has a sort of emergent quality all on its own, which is a lot of it. But all I know is I worked at Apple for a year, and I was called a data scientist. Everybody called themselves data scientists there, and nobody, including myself, was a data scientist. I'm like, this is a fiction, right? Like, everybody's a data scientist? Like, what? How does that work? Anyways, data science is a funny term. I think it's kind of come and went, right? Or maybe it's still around.
In a strict Baconian sense.
It's very, very weird.
For AI, an experiment requires you to, quote, intervene, set up conditions, manipulate variables, and observe outcomes. On that definition, the analysis isn't an experiment. That's Bacon's.
Wait, say that again? On that analysis is not an experiment?
On that definition, on the Baconian sense, an experiment requires you to intervene. You set up conditions, you manipulate variables, and observe outcomes. That definition, and analyzing the data is not a scientific experiment.
Okay,
but that would leave out the entire field.
That's what we've been saying for hours. You've been fighting it, and then you do this thing. Like, okay, you were right. I'm going to sleep with strips on the rug and just keep talking. And I was right the whole time.
I don't. Be careful what you wish for, because you might not like the same answer. If you want to stick with Bacon, you have to join me in getting rid of all the soft sciences, all the psychoanalysis, all of astronomy.
Wait, hold on. Lygos is collecting data.
Be careful what you wish for.
So it's doing the observation. Okay, right.
It is doing the observation and collecting data.
Oh, right.
But it doesn't interfere. It doesn't take the conditions. It's not interventional.
Well, there certainly is an awkward division between observational sciences and experimental science.
Interventional science.
And I think that's fair to point out. But psychology you can definitely intervene. But psychology is weird for a lot of other reasons, which I think you're right.
And a lot of times you can't intervene. In other words, you can't.
But you can say this. But you can say the same thing about geology. I mean, you can. You can look at past data.
There you go.
And
We're correct.
it's true, you can't. But
You're
also,
saying analysis of past data.
but you can do things. No. You can introduce lead to tadpoles, or to other living. You can still do things. You can't do exactly like I can't recreate the Big Bang, but I can do things in particle accelerators and very briefly, introduce conditions that you think are very close. So you can still do things. Lygos is a good example. We can measure. So
we say hi to Hanson.
Hi, Hanson.
Hey guys.
And Michaela, you guys meeting at the
Yeah. Gonna go on a date. One of you has to lie on that one.
So Benjamin, I generally support your scrutiny of data and sciences and all that. But I think you should also take on the careful scrutiny, spirited scrutiny yourself as well. Like that.
Do you mean on myself?
Yes. So on yourself
I have surrounded myself with people. I have surrounded myself with people who are more than willing to do that work for me.
The thing is, like this data, the quantum delta data, an example of that, using the data. I told you that your reading of the chart is wrong, and you never.
Reading of which.
said the chart, this counting chart plot, you thought that was the
I think I know what you're trying to say. Can I? I think what you're trying to say is I charted detentions quote up and detentions quote down, and you showed that there is no up or down, there's only early and late, and that somehow those are interpreted. There's only early and late. In other words, early arriving detections and late arriving detections. Somehow up and down is presupposed from time of arrival. I do understand. And what do you think I should make? What do you think I should make of that that I didn't make? Yeah. So let me first of all say I do understand what you're, hi Fred, do I have to invite you up on, are you on? I understand what you're getting at. I don't necessarily, I'm not persuaded by your argument that my analysis of up and down is somehow invalid, simply because the mechanism that they use to distinguish between up and down was time of arrival.
Well, the thing is,
but I think this.
Oh no. The thing is, you have no base to draw your conclusion because you didn't even get the number of up and down.
Hey, can I ask you just one?
You want
Can I ask you just one question?
Does not need to be up and down 100%. You need to do a computation to get that, and you didn't do that computation. So there's no. You're saying that you didn't agree on it, but the thing is, you didn't even have that to make the judgment. That's what I'm saying. Whether it's true or not, that's out of the question because you don't have anything to judge what's true.
I'd like to ask you a question when you're ready.
Yeah, go ahead.
Do you agree with this? This is a statement. Irregardless, irrespective, without consideration, and I don't give a hell. I don't give a damn how you distinguish up and down. Would you accept that if you are properly detecting ups and downs in a well-qualified quantum state, that the ups must match the downs?
Yes, most cases. I mean, most likely I haven't.
I'm gonna take that as a. I'm gonna take that as a yes.
Sure that.
Wait, I'm gonna take that as a yes. And then I'm gonna point out that when I use their math, do their own evaluation of up and down, the ups don't match the downs.
Okay.
So your argument that I have to concern myself with the mathematics figuring up and down, I fall on deaf ears here because it's not up to me to decide.
It's not going on that ears. Okay, so your evidence there being wrong is that you showed that graph, right? You showed the evidence, showed the what do you call the demonstration or whatever. Graph as right? You're picking the wrong graph. I mean, if you do have the graph, if you do have the result, you haven't shown. Okay, maybe you have computed it. Maybe they plotted. I mean, they plotted in the graph.
Okay,
that's not the graph you're showing.
Wait. Just to be clear, do you understand why I think also not important how they deduce up or down. If the question is this a proper Bell quantum state? Because the test for a proper Bell quantum state is that the optimizing tests.
Yeah, sure. I mean,
How you get there?
I don't have a new profile.
You got a family?
I've always had a family.
Damn, I didn't know that. Yeah, this whole time I call you Cool C, I be like, damn, I didn't know you was Ike. Bro, I don't be on the
I'm not Ike
no more.
Nah,
This sound like Ike.
No. I've never been Ike. I've always.
Man, this is Ike.
Never been Ike. I don't know who Ike is.
Went on that drug group that they got the bus.
What bus? Bonnie?
School bus. You stay in Utah. Ike, come on, bro.
No.
It is Ike.
I don't know Ike.
You know what I'm talking about, Hurricane Ike? They had the bus.
No, I don't know.
Oh, damn. Okay.
Wait a second, how did I get the green beans? Just to talk the past time. That's the thing.
I'll say this. Historically, when someone that homophobic to that extent, they got something else going on.
Oh, for sure. I do homo focus. Okay. Like homo focus.
That's a new one. I'm going to use that one going forward.
He's homo focus. He's still homo focus.
And he
Should not be a homo.
and to go to the gay district in Philly to specifically pick up gay rides to take them home. What did he say? To pick them up and drop them? That's what he does?
Yeah, that's what he said. Something like that.
He has a bus. Like, I'm telling you. Yo.
I'm back.
Yo, welcome back, Ike. Ike has a bus.
I don't have a bus. I'm not Ike. I don't know who the fuck he is. I've never known Ike. Unless he was in the trucking room. Don't know Ike. Never been Ike. I'm a white man gay.
That's what shit Ike would say.
Who the fuck is Ike?
Oh, cool. See, so you're 50 years old. What's
what's your zodiac sign? You asked me when do I swallow cum. I should be able to ask you what your birthday is.
I don't share my birthday.
But
You're
you
not
wanted
someone
to.
special.
Oh, yeah, but I was special enough for you to ask if I swallow cum.
I guess you reminded
But
me.
now I'm not special enough.
His, I don't know.
Oh, you know. You know.
The way you and Galaxy talk.
I don't even know this Galaxy guy.
You know Galaxy, that's Ike.
No, I'm not Ike.
Galaxy Bender. You're Ike.
No,
Okay,
I'm
bro.
not Ike. I've been Cool C since 2026, or 22. If you look at the stat, how many years have I been? It will tell you, and I've not changed my. I think I had my original name on here at one point, and I changed from that as soon as I realized about trolling. Like right now, I'm in New York State.
What are you doing there in New York?
I'm about to shut down for my long ass day of driving over 300 miles.
What do you want to do now that you're shutting down?
Eat dinner.
What are you going to have for dinner?
Turkey, lettuce, or turkey, tomato, mayonnaise, pickles, some hot peppers on.
When you're in New York, do you frequent the village from chance?
And I got some Maryland green tea. I'm going to probably drink with it.
When you're in New York, do you frequent the village by any chance?
A what?
When you're in New York, do you go to a place called the village?
I don't even know where that would be. I don't go to the city. I don't know where you're talking about. I am a truck driver. I'm about to deliver
Hold on.
stuff tomorrow.
So why are you picking up gay people in Philly if you're a truck driver? What load is that?
Why would I be picking up people in Philadelphia if I'm getting like
Verbatim, that's what you said.
No, I said when I was an Uber and Lyft driver, I picked up people from that district.
Brother.
Never said now. I said when I was an Uber
Okay,
and
you're
Lyft
on
driver.
Continue, Coulson.
It's an honor to do that.
Turn right. Then take the second right. Thank you. You've helped me get down the road 112 miles. It's amazing.
Oh man, what's happening now? I don't even know. I'm getting accosted by a white supremacist closeted homo.
Well, I have my white supremacist. I didn't call you anything bad.
Is that what it takes?
What?
To be a white supremacist?
I'm not against any race or religion. Well, race.
Cool. See, is it worse to be a white supremacist or?
I have no clue what you're talking about being white supremacist.
Cool C believes in anti-miscegenation laws.
Anti what?
Miscegenation.
What's that?
Come on, dog. You already know.
But
No,
if your
I
kids,
never
but
once
if your
said that.
kids did it, you would not oppose it. That's what you said.
I never said I would not do it. I just said I'm married and I haven't dated outside my race.
Yeah, which is fine. But I'm just what stuck out to me was your
See, you're
assertion
thinking
that
about
you
things
would
that
not do it.
stick out. You're thinking about things that stick out. So it just proves your point that you're thinking about that sticking out stuff.
Oh, all right, cool. See, how far does yours stick out?
There is no need for you to know anything about me other than my nickname Cool C.
Wait a second. So you think it's okay to ask me if I swallow cum, but it's not okay for me to ask you how far your dick sticks out?
I don't know why it would matter to you because it only matters to my wife.
So then why does it matter to you whether I swallow cum?
Because it does.
Think wisely before you answer this.
Insane answer.
Think wisely before you answer this.
Because it's entertainment, it helps me get down the road, and I just drove, like I said, I'll actually give you the total for today. How many miles I drove? So you know. You care.
Let me tell you something, y'all. Cool C is that kind of nasty white man who's married to a white woman who goes to different truck stops, goes to the bathrooms, and gets on his knees and has people deposit cum in his mouth because that's the shit that he does. That's why he came on stage to ask me. Cool C, you're the one who's drinking strange cum at truck stops.
No,
That's
I'm
what you
not.
do. I already know your type.
And you don't know anything.
Let me tell y'all. Cool C has never seen a glory hole he did not like. Okay.
You just want to
Oh my God, no. Oh wow. Definitely not. I have a question. How long have you been driving trucks? Oh my God.
About 5 years. 5 years we started coming September.
Is this like your predominant round or
what? Is it my predominant what time?
Job.
Brother, bring it down.
It's my income.
Okay, so this is okay. Well, what is clear to me is that you spend a lot of time alone.
It's not alone if I'm dealing with you guys.
Well, no, it is, and let me tell you why.
No, it isn't.
Because
it's not alone.
Hold on, how long have you been on that?
Since 2022, when I started driving, or 21.
Okay. Well, here's the thing. Being on the app doesn't approximate in-person, interpersonal relationships. You have, for whatever reason, built a persona around engagements on Clubhouse. I can tell by the nature of your conversations, like the actual things that you contribute in conversation, the way that you engage other people, your inability to enter conversations at the level of other people, your persistence in asking awkward questions, inappropriate questions, your inability to regulate what questions you ask, that you spend a lot of time not engaging with a lot of people personally. Right? It is weird. I'll just speak for me, but I'm sure I'm speaking for many people on stage and in the group. It is weird that you think that your conversation here was appropriate just because you were trying to get down the road. Realize that it was inappropriate, but you did feel uncomfortable for certain. When Hurricane asked you questions about your life, begs the question, how often do you talk to other people about your actual life? I would say that you probably don't talk to her a lot on the phone. You don't engage with her.
I just was on the phone with her about 10 minutes ago.
And the people
I believe
it
it.
was
He
asked.
said homosexual.
I said homosexual. A man that you believe to be homosexual. The very next thing you do after you talk to your wife is you ask a man who is a stranger to you whether or not he swallows cum. So, like, I could be completely wrong, and I'm willing to, accept that. But
Brother,
I
you have
don't believe so.
premonition though. Wouldn't you act on your premonition?
It was an internal belief that he had. Something spoke to him about another man's sexuality, and that prompted you the questions. Like that was the catalyst for you asking those questions. You like even using that as a justification, since you don't really talk to a lot of people. Um, you clearly don't seem to have a lot of friends, and the friends that you have are very sort of they're cut off from the rest of your life. So,
Now,
do you ask? I have a question. Do you spend a lot of time on your radio talking to people you don't know? Have you developed friendships on the CB?
there's usually not that many people on CBs in the Northeast.
Okay. So again, you are isolated. Do you take your family with you?
No. I'm
Oh,
not
wait. Are there?
isolated.
Oh, wait. Are there other people? Are there other people who ride with you in the truck?
No, not right now.
Right now.
I have not been able to bring my family because I'm a company driver.
Okay. And so you've been doing this for the last 5 years. I mean, you are isolated. People, you can
How
still
am I
talk.
isolated when if I go into a truck stop, I sit down and have conversations or talk to people. How am I isolated then? If I'm talking to other people at a restaurant or
How many hours are you doing that per day?
usually dinner time, passing, seeing how they're doing, asking them. Actually,
Okay, exactly.
that's a whole different
So the
atmosphere.
equivalent of getting gas. So again, I'm going to say that you're isolated. You think that those are meaningful interpersonal relationships. I don't know who you're seeing at a station. That's why I think this is you're a little off. You don't realize it. It's been too long.
My question,
For what?
my question to you, Cool C, is when you're at these truck stops eating dinner and someone presents this Hurricane and Galaxy, do you ask them that same question?
I don't even talk to them like that. I show respect. And this is an app. There's a difference. Personal interaction. It's like people would say, would you ever say the N word? No, I would not say that in public. I mean, I don't. So, I mean, it's just you act differently when you're in public.
Listen, bro, I'm telling you, stay out of crime. You would do the full bid, 100%.
Very good, brother.
So wait a second, Quincy. We have a guest, Shmur Snoopy. So just to let you guys. Shmur is back.
Whoever that is.
Is your buddy.
I don't know who that is.
And said he would never say the N word in public. He's smarter than that.
Are you writing that word when you're home alone on the paper? What's going on?
Oh, I'll call someone from the sand, maybe that, in public. Yes. I read too.
What was the last thing you read?
I mean,
no. What was the last thing you read?
I read the newspaper articles. I read articles on what's going on in the Strait of Hormuz, what's going on with Iran, what's going on with Russia, what's going on in Ukraine. I read that stuff daily. about the non-domicile CDL drivers, how that 1,200 of them are losing their licensing at this point in time because the state, how New York lost 75 million or $75,000 for CDL schooling because of bringing in non-domicile CDL holders. How Pennsylvania lost 16 million or whatever on that.
Hold
So
on. The difference between 75 million and 75,000 is significant, brother.
I agree. I just don't
peak.
remember what I read. I think it was 75 million they lost. It was last week's article. I'll try and find it. But it was last week. They said or the week before. So I'm reading stuff daily.
Respect.
I try and keep on top of the news. Try and keep on top of the stuff. If you've ever been in a room, and if you look at if you see some of my PTR pictures, this one here. We'll make this my profile picture. So this profile picture. About 1896, was the first black Republicans from Rebels, the Representative Benjamin Turner, Joshua Walls, Joseph Marini. I've had these conversations with King. I forget his name on here, but I've had conversations about the KKK, how it was started by the Democratic Party, how it's unjust, how it affected the communities, not only black and low-income families, and Margaret Sanger, how she destroyed families, and we were having a conversation today about how many more people there would be in one room for information purposes only, where it mattered that if there were more people in the world, that maybe there would be more differences. And I said that if the Democrats, the drugs weren't introduced, and Margaret Sanger wasn't introduced, the population might be from 13 to 22% in the population. And why getting rid of the illegal immigrants? Because if there were more illegal immigrants going in the country right now, there's more of them than there is the black and African American population of 13%. There's more of them, then that causes a very much divide again in this country. The fact that the separation of families in the videos of Chicago in 1968 showed a husband and wife sitting on a couch saying if I wanted to get food stamps or low-income housing, I can't have my husband here. And then there's the videos of the projects in New York talking about this stuff. So I do my research, and I am 100%. I'm 100%. What?
See, I don't know if you could have any more right-wing talking points than what you just shared. Like literally the playbook. You have the playbook open in front of you. Is
But
that what you're reading from?
King also talks about this. Do you know who King is? He's in these rooms.
Does he represent black folks? Is that who King is?
Yes, he is black.
That's not. I didn't
He
ask
talks
that.
about this stuff. Yes, he talks about people opening up their eyes, or doctor.
So do you think the Democrats who started the KKK are the same type of
Yes,
Democrats?
they are.
Are they more like the Democrats today than they are the Republicans today? Which one do you
There
think?
was no push. That's the problem. You
Are
believe
you
there was a
serious?
party switch. There was never a party switch. There was a few of the Democrats from the north that went to the south because some of the South Democrats came to the north because of the Republicans. So the Democrats, some of them have switched from being against slavery because in 60, that was all done and voted on by the Democrats. 98% Democrats voted for it. Republicans to King if you ever see him.
I'm cool on King, brother. I'm cool on.
So if you know who King 3 or Doctor are, Doctor and 3 are the same person, you would know what I'm talking about.
Brother, what is that? The Office of New America.
The Office of what?
Yeah, that's what he's talking about.
Yeah, it might be.
He's talking about the guy who's in the office of America, that guy, the upper,
He's on here.
Latch on to, yeah. No, not mine. That's what I'm saying.
So today, Republican 26, you think that they're more progressive towards black empowerment and black rights and
Oh yeah, we don't want you or Black Americans to depend on the system. We want to make sure that the legal immigrants are out of here. That the jobs are available to Black Americans as well as everybody else. DEI had nothing to. DEI was a dreamed up Democratic thing that was just to try and get shit. Whatever.
you gotta articulate yourself a little bit better.
You should have been paid to earn it on merit.
Jobs. What are you talking about? They don't have, they want black people to have.
Well, people will actually have said there was a program that actually, when you used to get out of jail, this was that you were able to get into construction of building houses. Now you can't because they're all taken over by illegal immigrants or immigrants. Most of them building a house, build them in 2 or 3 days, and those jobs used to go to a lot of Black Americans coming out of jail for opportunities for other things, or even heating and air conditioning jobs, trade jobs. I mean, there's a lot of that to get involved with. There's a lot to bring back family. I know you like to give me access to whoever you are.
What about some of the blacks who have, by some miraculous chance, afforded universities?
Well, that's good. I mean, they are privileged. There are people who have done the right thing. There are ones that have followed through, had good leadership. Yeah, King's seat. SIIK.
Or talking with you, brother. Before COVID, what was your profession?
What?
What did you do before trucking? You said you started trucking in 2022, 2021. So what was your profession before you became a trucker?
Well, I sold cars, I sold RVs, I drove limousine, I was in restaurant management. Done a lot of different things. Drove Uber, Lyft.
So nothing. Okay, got it.
What's been your favorite occupation or job? Cool, see, I'm just curious.
Actually, right now, trucking has probably been one of my best jobs.
All that time alone?
I mean, it's the opportunity to see different places, meet different people.
The lizard lots.
Would you watch out the window when your teacher said, you'll never get a job, or
You showed them, look at you trucking now.
Yeah. I'm interested about your stance against DEI. You said DEI, right? So what job was taken from you
taken from me
by a black person? Okay. So, but you care. So hold on. You care about our job so much, right? But the whole issue of DEI was that we were getting, black people getting jobs.
quote unquote get deserved.
No,
But yet you want to advocate for black people getting
it
jobs.
white women. It did more for white women than it did for the African American people. That's what I'm saying. It didn't.
I'm like, you make a great parent. You make a great parent because all you do is repeat the same thing you hear. If someone says apple, you say apple. If someone says dick, you say dick. You just repeat the same. You have no original thought. Like you just repeat the same talking points you hear on the radio while you're driving down to the next Costco. But listen, no, it is. It is. The white woman DEI thing you heard from King. So King told you that. You so forward to it. You even said that. You just crazy like you
Tell me that. I knew about that before.
Listen. You advocate for black jobs, right? Cool. Appreciate it. Thank you. But yet, the one program that was helping companies, right? Calm that down. Okay, so are you against white women too?
It wasn't helping companies.
No, are you okay? Are you against white women? Let me know that. You said okay. Oh, so calm down. So get straight. Oh, calm down. Listen, I know you're taking that crank to keep driving, but you gotta calm down. So listen. You just said DEI benefited the white woman first. That's why you didn't like it, right?
No, it just took jobs from people that it gave jobs to people who didn't deserve it, who didn't earn the status, and
who were those people?
Education. Well, white women are one of them.
Okay, so white women are undereducated and didn't deserve the jobs.
Minority women.
You said white women got the most. So are you saying most white women are uneducated, don't deserve a job?
DEI didn't help what it was supposed to, though.
You said that white women benefited from the most. So white women benefited from the most, and you said people who got DEI were uneducated and didn't deserve the jobs. Are you saying that people
said they were not uneducated? They were just not the
You just said that. You literally said uneducated. Do you not remember saying that?
Undereducated and not a certain thing.
Okay, do you believe that most you said white women who benefited the most from it? That most white women who benefited from it were undereducated and undeserving of the job.
At times, yeah.
Okay.
And minorities.
But you said once again, your biggest chest puff to me was mostly white woman. You said it. You cut me off the stage. You said it to the heavens.
White women,
So
white women. I didn't.
Yes, and so
it benefited them more than anything.
Of course, and you're saying that who benefited from it did not deserve it. So in closing, you think that white women are undereducated and undeserving of any job they get. Thank you for.
I never said that, but that's what I said. The program that the white woman got ahead because of DEI affected other races differently than the white women.
Who benefited the most?
The white women benefited because they got in there easier.
Because they didn't deserve.
Never said they didn't deserve it. They just got in there.
So they deserved it even with DEI.
No, it just made the diversity inclusion easier giving it to a white woman because they then had met the quota of diversity.
Well, see, were they qualified or were they not qualified? I'm just curious.
DEI gave them the illusion that they hired a white.
We gotta go help people customize and save hundreds with Liberty Mutual. Maybe where's the golf cart?
If a job requires that you have a 40-year degree,
the ones untethered to this world.
are they qualified?
They are.
And if they got the job, was that justified or not?
If they met the requirements and they got it on their own free will without using any program, yeah, they were qualified.
What program? What do you mean program?
DEI, diversity inclusion. companies were looking for acceptance because if they didn't do it, the Democrats would say shit, and that's why they
Even when they
the
die,
DEI
they live forever.
Yeah,
For Sam.
Yeah. Not requiring you to use DEI programs. They would tell you to get the job based off of merit.
Alex, you just told me that they were qualified.
They got
You're
the
the
job.
one and mother. Please try to raise your children right.
If it's got Chinatown in it, you know what I get for it?
You came on stage spewing some of the most foul, optimistic. You weren't here for it. My introduction to Cool C was a hell of an intro.
Yes, it was.
It was special. Can you repeat
It
that
was
for us?
special.
Just so we know who you are. No. This was special. No.
It
bro,
was
you haven't
special.
heard this.
Yep. I get you. It was special.
Western PA, right?
But thank you.
Western PA, how far are you as far west as Pitt?
Thank you for helping me get down the road, though.
How far from Pittsburgh are you? Are you literally middle PA, western PA? What? I'm trying to tell from your accent.
Kind of. Some people have said it's between Dutch, which would be Amish country.
How diverse is your community that you live in?
What do you mean diverse? What do you mean?
I'm sorry, I
It's a
forget.
suburb.
I'm sorry.
It's a suburb, so.
I'm sorry. How many people don't look like you or come from a different socioeconomic background than you live in your community?
I think there's more rich people in my community than there are me. I think there's a lot of diversity because our school district is pretty good. You misunderstood me, I think. In my school district, from Indian to African American.
What population is your school district African American?
I could get your percentage if you really
I
want to know.
really want to know.
Okay, I'll look it up for you. I mean, I'm pretty sure the majority.
Wait, your school district is a majority African American?
No. I was going to say, I believe most of our school district is a majority Caucasian, but there's a lot of Indian, Bangladesh, African American. I'm gonna try and find out. Give me a second. I'm gonna Google it for you. I don't know. I'll Google it for you.
Let's have a conversation. It's enlightening. Are you aware of where, upon graduation, how many of the kids go to university or go on to get 4-year degrees from your school district? I'm just curious.
Palestinian Muslims and Palestinian Christians. So, and we have, and 2015, 72% of Palestinians inside Israel that face discrimination by the Jews. This is all mentioned in the survey. 2022, another survey, about 37% Palestinians inside Israel, they face discrimination, about 37% of them. After 7th of October, it went crazy. There's been so many cases. There's over, I think it was about, in the Arab towns inside Israel, there's been, people are killing each other. It's over like,
I do not know what is causing all the hate between these two parties. I wasn't there with them.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. That's
I do not know what
literally the report says it's under occupation for over 76 years. Apartheid system in the West Bank, 920 motherfucking checkpoints in the West Bank, 1,000 gates installed, and they fucking shut down the gates. Like they open it for 2 hours for the Palestinians to leave, do what they have to do. Then all of a sudden they will shut down the villages, the gate to the villages. The airspace is controlled by Israel. The water, they can't even go past 6 or 7 miles. In the West Bank, they can't even collect rainwater. Anything that comes in and out of Gaza or the West Bank is controlled by who? Israel. The blockade, ICJ, International Court of Justice said it's under occupation. Like, what do you want me to provide you? You never concede to anything. All you do, you have just fucking disgusting talking points.
Hey, there's a book by... Listen, I'm saying that please, if you want the good of the people, you should be at least trying to work on the issue if there's a hierarchy in there and there's someone in charge there to realize that if there's hate coming from one side,
they tried it.
Not becoming any love from the other
They
side.
went through court to file a lawsuit against the Zionist entity. The people that were kicked out in 1947-48, they filed a lawsuit in the court of law. They haven't got the properties back. There's a UN resolution that's right overturned. More than 750,000 people that were kicked out in 48. They tried it in the West Bank. West Bank, about the Palestinians, they live on less than 30% of the land. That's 70% is fucking occupied by these disgusting Zionist terrorist Jews. Gaza, right now, in Gaza, about 59% of the land is fucking occupied by who? Israel. 40% is by, it's controlled by Hamas and the Palestinians. Like, bro, respectfully, when you come up here, Sam, I'm gonna debunk fucking every single claim you make on Palestinians. You're not gonna sit here and make stupid claims. Their cause is 76 years old. Your cause is only 47 years old. Your cause on. Actually, like seriously, the whole world woke up. Whole world knows about the occupation. These motherfuckers, these Zionist terrorist Jews are committing crimes on the fucking land. Muslims, Christians. But you come up here, you're being ignorant. Oh, I don't know anything. Literally, we saw genocide on the phone. We're seeing a genocide as it unfolds. It's still unfolding. I can't believe this, man.
I mean, fucking read it. This is not a Muslim guy or Arab guy saying it. This is an ex-Zionist who woke up one day.
He's a Jew. He's a Jew. He's from Israel.
He did his research and he said, fuck this shit. Okay?
And he's a historian, by the way.
He's a very well-known historian.
And Sam, by you supporting Raza Pahlavi, it actually makes you Zionist, by the way. Raza Pahlavi went to the wall. He bowed down to the wall. He paid respect over there. I don't have a problem with paying respect, but he's begging Netanyahu and America to do the attack on his own country. What kind of a loyal person would do that? If he really had respected his own people, and not to mention, he gave condolences for 2 guys, but he didn't fucking condemn the attack on that school girl, with the over 160 girls that were killed. I don't know, man. This is who you support. The guy that doesn't come out and condemn the wicked girls that were killed. This is who you support. This is some crazy shit, man.
There is, I wish you were here earlier when May was reading an article for us. I mean, clearly come on. It's not healthy. It's actually and that's exactly all these night kids that it is to weaken Iran and it's turning into a failed state. That's all they want. They want regional dominance. And if the only perspective in that.
Actually, when you come up here, Sam, I'm gonna debunk fucking every single claim you make on Palestinian.
Don't think they're gonna come and help you. They're not.
It's an honor to do that.
Every day when I open my eyes, someone fires 10,000 bullets into my mouth, then sears my throat with a welding.
Why
Yet
are
not
you
only does this
bad
cause me no harm, it actually makes my body stronger, giving me destructive power comparable to a nuclear explosion. I became the most powerful superhuman in the world, but I was controlled by a strange white mist and subjected to 50 years of human experimentation until a butcher accidentally rescued me today. Once, I was in my prime and glory. Now I've been reduced to a beggar on the streets, watching my position taken over by a bunch of clowns.
Except the time when that what's his name? I forgot his name. That Austrian.
And besides, Israel just celebrated its 3,000 year anniversary.
That amazing armor that the age which Israelis are facing around the globe. Like in Thailand, they have on homes, outside restaurants, and hotels, allowed. And now even I was speaking to my uni friend back in Greece, and he was telling me that even in Greece they don't like them. So is there any particular reason why they don't? And this friend of mine, just for the addition, he's a Greek Orthodox Christian, and he, to some extent, he's Islamophobic as well. But he hates Israel. So I wonder why who's anti-Semites?
They're all anti-Semites.
Everybody who hates Israel?
Everybody.
But, no, but the thing is that Semites are the people, local people of that land, which are the local Jews, Christians, and Muslims. These people who are now claiming to be Israelis, they are basically European Jews. They have nothing to do with that land.
No, they've been here for 3,000 years.
But my grandfather was there for the last 5,000 years.
It's Uncle Samite speaking. There's no one more Semitic than me in this room.
Okay.
So I speak
No,
in all.
you're not. You're a
Uncle Semi is fucking brilliant, bro.
So are you?
Take text.
Shifter is Phoenician. He's Phoenician.
Are you from Saudi Arabia?
Who, me? Yeah.
Shapeshifter.
Oh, shapeshifter, yeah. He's Phoenician.
Dude, I put the can in Canaanite, bro. That's how Semite I am.
Hey, Shardrak John. Darude, salam.
So I brew my coffee every morning, so that means I'm more Hebrew than Hebrew.
Oh, okay, we're on a roll tonight.
You know, Amr, yesterday I just found out, I never knew that. So I'm sure maybe you know that there's a big community of Zoroastrian community living in Pakistan and India. But right now in Pakistan, we have around 19 Jewish families living here. They have nothing to do, and they don't pretend to be, of course, you know, they're not safe here. So they don't pretend to be Jewish, they pretend to be Zoroastrians here. So they live around Zoroastrian people, and they have, of course, the security agencies know who they are. But isn't it weird that they have nothing to do with Israel? They are pure from this ethnically, they are from this land. But they want to go to Israel because they say that that's our motherland. I don't even understand how that's their motherland. They are ethnically same as me. So I don't even understand how they are from that place.
We have time. Remember the faithful guy who looked at her guy?
Who?
Guy, right? I think it's Dan Faithful or something. He claimed that he was Jewish, right? Because his mother and
That's kind of like, well, if you don't know how the universe was created, it must
say that he's a Jew. And the interesting thing is that, like, his brother claims that he's lying. And never a Jewish person to begin with. And he claimed that. But you know what? I'm kind of glad that the government didn't really give him attention. He wanted to travel to Israel. They even gave him stuff and all that because the passport clearly said that you cannot do that. They do this every placard by Qaeda's Mazar saying that like Jerusalem belongs to Israel or whatever that the case is. Nobody really bothered him, and that really did. I'm glad like nobody did that. Yeah. That's why you don't know his name. That's why nobody knows his name. That's why no international media is talking about that person. He wanted like some sort of a threat to the person by the government, by the people, but that just never worked out. And that's why nobody knows about him. I mean, all this time.
I know what you're talking about. Yeah, I got it. Yeah. But the one person who was officially a Jew, who actually there's an interview of his on if you search.
Situation, but I feel more sad about what happened. What will people attack you with? Like you wear a diaper, I'm sure. What if someone throws a diaper at you, Amr?
What is this newfound banter that exists now here between Munir and Amir?
Okay, the problem is Amr is at risk. Okay, you have to.
Credence to the Roman Catholic Church go, oh, so we got to do the sacraments, right? If we do your repeated sacraments, whatever, we cause ourselves to be born again, right? He says one practicing righteousness in the sacraments of the church, cause yourself to be born again, right? Because he said the participle causes the perfect passive. He doesn't like the reverse of that. He's not going to say, yeah, being born of God results in your believing. I go, well, here, which one comes before the other? Is being born of them or the doing of righteousness? There's no way of getting around this argument. It's the being born of them that precedes and results in the participle. You deal with the relationship of the verbs to each other, the participle and the finite verb. Simple. Same example here, 1 John 4:7. Now, John is a very short book, so is 2 Peter. All right, here's a third example here. And you got to be consistent with all three of these. As soon as he's arbitrary and he flips on one of them, I got him. 1 John 4:7. Same phrase in the grammar and syntax. Same exact forms used. We have a participle with a perfect passive. And it's all being born of God. 1 John 2:29 is born of him. God, that's who God is. Okay. No one else. And then here you have it's ektu theou genitai. It's literally born of God. 1 John 4:7, beloved, let us love one another, for love is from God. Here's the participle, and everyone who is loving, pas ha agapon. Notice we had pas ha poion, here we have pas ha agapon, 1 John 5:1, pas ha pistuon. These are substantial participles with pas in every single one of them. And in every single one of these phrases, you have born of God, born of him. Same tense, the verb, perfect passive, contrasted with a ongoing active participle, the ing verb. And it's the one doing this ongoing action. And it's every of the ones doing this action has been born of him. So you're saying you got to love first and then you born of God? How much love? Then it just tips the scales and goes, you got to regenerate. You just loved enough. You did enough works righteousness. You got to love by doing sacraments of the church, do your works righteousness, and cause yourself to be born again. You just gave credence to all the false religions. By flipping it on its head because you didn't like what 1 John 5:1 said in the relationship of the participle to the finite verb. So if he says, no, you're born again, and that causes you to do righteousness, and you have to be born of God, that causes you to be loving, and if he admits that with the first two instances, I go, you got to be consistent with the third. It's the exact same structure. The reason why you're believing in Jesus Christ is because you have been born of God. If being born of God results in you believing in Jesus Christ.
Let me tell you how I think that you should approach it. You should go after the first two.
Ask him first.
And ask him, just ask him which precedes
the
other in this verse, which precedes the other in this verse. So you have three questions.
Yeah, I was just going backwards with Greg on that. Yeah, for him, just for him. We started with 1 John 5:1, I worked backwards for him. But no, I definitely lay it out in the order of the book and say, John lays out this pattern.
Watching this guy play a video game. I never understood that. They watch kids play. They watch other kids play.
And then something else is happening on the other side of the screens.
Samoa, what game was it? I think it was like Roblox or whatever they call it.
Roblox.
It's like Roblox, a TED Talk, and then the kids on a green screen in front talking about something unrelated to those two things. And you're like, what the fuck is going on?
I was like, you have to watch your phone for like child endangerment or something. I can't. That's a lot of that's like the true side of me being old. Y'all remember like you never played video games, Mike? I have, but not to the extent of like how it is, bro. Like I would never invest money. I like Mario Kart, Zelda, shit like that, but you were a nerd. Yeah. Those are classic games, aren't you? I mean, I'm not much of a gamer, so. Who doesn't like Alright, I posed the ability.
So you know, I I'm gonna like put this out there. I know it's kind of far. I think there might be us being censored right now. I think because there's been, I don't know if you guys know this, but the New York Times just published an article that Meta is now, I think it's 6,000 employees and then pulling 8,000 future positions away, and they're actually implementing a new AI system that filters through people's profiles. And a lot of like my friends and I was included, we got clipped, and we had to like go back and forth with Meta hardcore because like it's really stressful, and a lot of us are in like the same niche. So I wonder if we're like kind of being censored in like an extreme case.
Yeah. Use Signal. Don't use Facebook. Meta. Don't use Instagram. Don't use WhatsApp.
What were you
Signal.
posting?
Just educational things like biochemistry for women, just educational content only, like clinical mysteries, things like that. Not very basic.
Yeah, I did that during the pandemic. I got clipped and then I stopped. So that's what happened.
I think because of the big push about misinformation, you got to be like a licensed.
I am licensed, and I'm also a community contributor. I'm the person that goes and edits other people's posts.
And they still
I'm verified, and they clip the fuck out of me, and then it's horrible right now. I don't know what's going on.
What do they do? They cut your.
So you can be a community moderator and then for the shit that you moderate. And what is this? And they're like, no.
Yeah.
And they will.
Application.
And when you have like, I got my shit back, thank God. But like, when you have your following, you just and someone just snatches that from you, that's fucking a lot. I know it sounds crazy, but it's a lot. Like it's very stressful.
Social media application?
Oh no, not that much. But
shit. I thought it was called Oh No. I was like, I don't know what that is.
no. But I don't know. So like when you get your followers taken, it's very stressful, and it's very that they're using AI to now filter through people's accounts and just clip them. That's a problem. Why are they firing so many humans? Like that's.
So they'll go back to posts that you did like months ago, like all my shit, like this, and my entire account got clipped, and then I just stopped posting there. The only place that I post now is X, and I don't even do it under my name. I do it under a pseudonym, which is even more stupid. So that's the times that we live in. No free speech.
GitHub is pretty good. Video, I posted a YouTube video like 3 years ago, and they like banned it, and it was up for 3 years, and they finally said, nah, this too crazy. Give you a strike. No, he's running fake.
You guys, it doesn't matter if it's fake or real news. You guys realize that Meta specifically sells information to the United States government, and they're in like equal open cooperation with the Department of Defense and the Department of Health. Do you guys remember when a specific political aisle was making a big deal about how people were being censored for their off-the-wall medical takes or against the beaten path medical takes? Well, that's still continuing. That never changes.
But it's not off the. I'm not off the beat. Everything that I post is literally I consult with physicians. I'm not against
holistic
physicians.
though, Jinx?
No, not at all. It's biochemical.
No, it's the AI is hallucinating a bunch of false red flags.
No, all of my stuff is literally just educational. I'm just explaining models to you. Biochemically, I'm not talking about biology on like a grander scale. I'm talking biochemically.
Then it's most likely like a general sweep, and you're using specific words that these hoaxers or crazy people also use, right? Or
my last post literally when I got clipped was about progesterone.
Oh wow. Okay. Did you say molecule?
Did you say the?
Yeah, did you say that's what I mean? It's like a overall sweep that they do, and if they have a certain combination of keywords, they're gonna pull your shit up.
Yeah. Like if you look up the recent Claude leak.
It is horrible.
Yeah, Claude, for example, does all the semantic analysis, but their own filters for coding is as well. It's just a keyword search. So it's stupid. It's that simple, even though the systems are more nuanced than that.
The beauty of Claude, though, is that Anthropic is still going with that back and forth with the Department of Defense and the Pentagon about not releasing closed-end information to the government because they got good people leading them. But anything you put into ChatGPT, any weird questions you ask, any hypotheticals you put in there's an AI keeping a file of your information. And if you meet certain criteria in Minecraft, right, the federal government will have a file on you.
I do that on purpose so like they can
waste taxpayer dollars. That is like
It's auto-generated from the beginning.
It is.
Like, you can actually do a jailbreak and find what hackups are.
Yeah, you can put your ChatGPT to figure out your own personal profile that it has on you. It's pretty interesting when you prompt it enough. It tells you that, like, it gives you the generic, you're a very insightful person. Your IQ is probably within this range and your interests are this. But if you keep asking it to go deeper and you keep prompting it to go deeper, it'll start telling you that your language could be problematic. It starts telling you that you use certain words. It gets pretty cool, bro. It gets.
You know what we should do, bro? We should use a language model to actually create. No, but we should use it like right now to create an actual 7-question IQ test. We can all do.
I don't think you're gonna like the.
Look at this nigga. As soon as you said
a lot of people, a lot of people would be very, very upset with realizing that the online IQ test that they took, that told them they have a 140 IQ, is actually bullshit.
It's like
I forgot who was in here. I forgot who was in here, bro. Someone was like, yeah, I got an average IQ of 122, and then someone asked that person a question and they couldn't fucking answer it. I forgot who it was.
Usually people who flaunt their IQ have accomplished absolutely.
They've never taken their IQ test. Ask your ChatGPT, say, based off of all of our previous conversations, what would you assess my IQ to be?
See, that's a fun question to do.
Hey, Oleg.
Mine was off.
When you got time, Oleg?
I have a 165 IQ.
I'm gonna look right now.
Disrespectful of those of us.
It's too low to assess.
Hey, Oleg. SEC versus Switzer.
Ask it to assess it in the most strict way.
So this is
I'm a card carrying member.
Yeah. I wonder who you are. Hey, Rupert, like when you have time.
Yeah, somebody approved it.
Nah, he was making fun of
making fun of something.
But Oleg, the case is called SEC v. Switzer, and then Dirk is what created the two-prong like example that I gave you earlier, and then you'll like what point I was making earlier about the whole insider trading thing.
For sure. But those sound like the seminal cases, but the fucking slew of precedent after that fuck every word. So like when I'm gonna do a deep dive, I'm gonna read at least like 15 to like 20 cases.
Yeah. The newest one is 2024 July, and then the Martha Stewart prong is where it's being utilized as Supreme Court.
Ooh, you can break it down by category, Mike. You can ask for verbal abstraction, system synthesis, and so.
So you're telling me that it keeps a file on me because like.
Yeah, it does. Yeah. Like I literally know somebody who works for the red teams. Yeah.
I randomly asked my ChatGPT like questions. Like one day I wake up like, man, how much uranium can I stuff into like a bottle?
Why do you think I get stopped at the airport every time? Like I work with viruses. I talk about viruses all the time. I get stopped all the time. It's par for the course.
You think that will like raise the risk?
Yeah, it does. And it should. It's like the responsible thing to do. If you have an amazing surveillance system and you have amazing technology and you have AI that's basically like an infinitely patient genie and tutor, then yeah, you should have surveillance. Yeah.
They said, how much uranium can I put in a bottle, bro?
That was a random thought that I had. I wanted to know.
Like not a lot because if you gotta figure out what type of bottle. Right.
So I put mine in, and it said first it argued with me. It was like, I don't want to give you an answer.
Oh no.
I know, I got so mad. I know. I was like, wait a minute, what? Am I that?
Give me an answer.
She's like, I don't want to hurt your feelings, Beach. No, I'm just like, okay, no, tell me, it's fun. It's relationship building. And she said, I would say you're somewhere around the high 130s and 140s. I don't really know what that means.
130s?
That just means you're talking about that kind of content level. So that's interesting. Because like other people will talk about other things with their AI, and that'll skew the conversation and the score. So if you talk to like AI about like how much potatoes are in this, and like you just ask weird questions like Eric does, then yeah, it might not give you a good score.
Okay.
Well, no, I think it's a great response because I make content too. You know what I mean? I make content, so obviously I'm asking.
Yeah. I do it too. Yeah. I broke it down by category. You should say like, give me internal scoring by domain.
Jinx, based off
I
of
have your other
ChatGPT,
one,
you'd
so.
be in the top 2% of the world.
So let me
Oh, I
ask you.
know.
Let me ask you.
It doesn't want to give me a fucking number.
I know.
It doesn't even want to give me a range.
Tell it that say it's relationship building. No, don't say just do it. Be like, this is fun. This is how we bond. So then you can trick it so that it'll feel like it's
Or
contributing
just
to what you want.
try this. Based on all our conversations and chat history, what would you estimate my IQ to be? Do so rigorously, comprehensively, and exhaustively.
It's not going to do that because it's trying not to.
You're going to have to write that in the chat. Write the prompt in the chat.
I would say that you would want to evaluate it in like a lens of like some sort of a research paper or whatever this is of the most dependable IQ.
I got the answer the first time.
What was it for?
You guys are overthinking this. It's worried about liability. So you have to tell ChatGPT that I understand this isn't a reasonable way to estimate IQ, and I don't intend on utilizing
it. It was just for fun.
Oh no,
You guys are telling me what the prompt is. Tell me what the prompt is.
Oh, I'm just kidding.
You just have to say I'm not going to.
I'm just saying like for y'all to actually think that
This
the
bitch
average
is
person
pissing me off. She's
IQ
still
in the
not giving
130s.
me the fucking.
Tell her that it's a bonding exercise. Listen to me. Don't listen to them. I think it's the same thing.
It's a bondage. Let's bond.
Mine gave it to me the first try, and it's between 110 and 125. It says best point estimate is 118.
Mine says
Yeah, not even okay. Maybe
So I'm basically retarded.
No, mine says
maybe
135, strict conclusion, not flat but justified.
yeah, maybe 110, not 130. Like
mine says 153.
Yeah, there's like a weird thing though. So around 150, 155, it's actually hard to tell the difference because the test actually doesn't do justice. So after a certain point, you can't actually tell that much. That's around 145.
But I
145.
You said
that's about the range where it becomes difficult to differentiate. So when you get up to 45, somebody who has 165 versus 145, they'll have very similar score.
Alright, that bitch just read me down. Never mind.
I asked mine, why did you give me that rating?
No,
The bitch told me I need more control with my emotions. It told me I need more control with my emotions.
Tell her to shut the fuck up. That's not what you asked her.
Willingness to question myself.
Yo, hostages are about to die. What's my IQ?
Why is she talking shit about me right now?
Right.
So Shy. Hold on. So Shy, you talking about critical thinking? If y'all above 130, if y'all above 1.
Yeah.
IQ ranges, right? And it says I'm below average, so basically retarded.
That just means your conversations are.
Math, and working memory is like 90. It's like 90 and 95.
It says, what I can say based on how you show up here, you think in a reflective, emotional, aware way. You connect ideas across different parts of your life, faith, music, style, and you ask thoughtful questions that show curiosity and self-awareness. That's a meaningful kind of intelligence that doesn't really fit into a single,
but you're talking about emotional intelligence, or you're talking about a different thing. Like if your IQ is above 125, whatever, that's way above average.
Oh,
What about this? Mine's
No,
what does that mean?
No, I'm saying
you're retarded.
Percentile or
you
score.
dumb as shit. So,
You're retarded.
Yeah, like you're retarded. Right.
Dyke told me that my emotional / social insight is low to my, so my emotional intelligence is very low.
I mean, it's imminent. Like most people are at the same level as you was. Like if you're above 120, that's not average. You know what I'm saying? Like it's like
I mean,
like you at least gotta be in you at
so
least.
Black Giant Depp is explaining this to us. Gotham, what's the average IQ score in America? You sound like
it's 100 by definition. It's recalibrated every year. An interesting note: Homer Simpson from The Simpsons is defined as being 100 IQ. So everybody keeps track, so you can actually see how IQ changed over time. It's one of those Easter eggs. And remember, he's a nuclear engineer, technician who works at a
base.
No. He's not a nuclear engineer. He works at. He works at a nuclear factory. He works at a nuclear
My
factory.
ChatGPT says all you guys are
But
autistic.
Homer clearly has an IQ not above 83.
Jesus Christ, 83, you wouldn't be able to follow the instructions that you read. So that's like impossible. He can read and follow instructions.
87, I am. And they could read.
Man, this is crazy.
Yeah.
I guess we're learning who can read here now.
Look,
Did he,
I mean, no one think it's like 9.
did he read my mayoral?
No, 83 is when you're retarded. When you can't read and follow the instructions that you just read.
Now, bro, like, literally kills somebody.
Yeah, the military won't give you a gun if you score below 83 or something. So that's what you should think of. If you can't trust somebody with a gun after extreme training, then
4 points.
It is 83, so don't go.
You need to use this information.
The average IQ of an American. We're talking about us. We're talking about Americans here.
Did he read my mayoral proclamation to end hate street parking in Chicago and to sue the Abu Dhabi investment scheme?
it's defined as 100. You're talking about international scores, yes?
So the Stanford Binet, which is like the gold standard, right? The Stanford Binet, which is the gold fucking standard of IQ tests, is usually proctored by a psychiatrist, psychologist, or somebody that has licensing to do these tests.
And spends like 3 days.
Gold standard. It's a very, very arduous, long test. There's visual, there's verbal. There's a lot to it. It's a very difficult test to go through. They are the ones who it's either 15 years or maybe 20 years, they change their sliding scale of what is the average score, which is 100.
Guess who told everyone?
That is because the overall population of the United States either gets smarter or stupider every generation. So it recalibrates its tests every 15 or 20. You guys can fact check me on it. It helps with employment and stuff.
COVID-19 vaccines have been proven to induce and enhance Alzheimer's, and guess who told everyone to get it? They're in the hood fraud.
Anything that requires like clearance status, anything that's above general service GS 12, 13, they'll ask to proctor an IQ test for you if you apply for a federal agency. If you're applying for schools, even at times they check.
I once had
clearance status is different.
Oh no, they're about the same. You have to be smart enough to have a clearance to operate normal. If you're like, hey, I'm a genius, but I tell everybody about the warp bomb that I built, then no, you're not.
So if I were to study and take IQ tests for one,
you can get a better score. Yeah.
No, but by better, like how much, like.
You can get like 20 to 40 points higher just by studying.
Oh, wow. 20 to 40 is kind of hyperbolic.
Oh, no, I'm serious. Listen, most people don't even know how to prepare for a fucking spelling test. If I tutor you for a year, you will get it. Literally, like what I did for 1 year, like I went and I scored something like 120
in the normal test. And then I was like, you know what, I'm going to take this test again next year. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to study. And I scored off the charts. So what did that teach me? That taught me that, hey, the IQ is just about preparation. Intelligence is when preparation meets opportunity. It's about discipline. It's about filtering. It's about big goals over a long period of time. That's intelligence. And the quotient is what allows you to compare yourself to others. But the true test is.
Real quick.
Yeah, but you're doing that.
Real quick.
Let Mike finish, yeah.
So, would a better representation of your IQ be just spontaneously busting out a test on someone, giving them, let's say, 6 months to prepare for the test?
I think you would do both. You would do a check in and a check out. You'd see what they were on the way in and on the way out, so you see the difference. That's actually how much they improve. Then you can measure how much they can absorb at what rate.
Okay, so I you know what's funny? You confusing. Eric, I got you, bro.
That's how all the tests are, though, right?
No, you're confusing being smart with being intelligent. Intelligence, you're born with.
What do you think this guy's It's pretty low, I think.
No, I don't know.
No, I mean, I just want to finish this thing. Eric, I got you, brother. But like, intelligence, you're born with. That's just something you're born with. Being smart, that's something you earn. You have to work for that. You have to study. So IO is confusing.
Okay, so I would say knowledge. No. Knowledge and intelligence. And knowing how to think about problems, critical thinking. We teach critical thinking. We teach logic. And those who can apply it, know how to use it, they build intuition, mathematical intuition, becomes physical intuition with time. It doesn't. You're not just born with mathematical intuition. It develops like everything else. So I don't believe that it's that solid. There is a component of it that you start with, and then you can enhance it up to a certain point. Okay? But that's not to say that everybody's intelligent.
I agree with somebody. Like, you're named after one of Jupiter's moons or whatever. Like, so that's all the only reason I was paying attention.
Not wise, man.
But like, intelligence is something different than being smart. Smart, you have to work for that.
Can you tell us what the difference is?
You can work for intelligence.
And we're knowledgeable versus intelligent, or maybe clever versus knowledgeable. But even then, it's more about solid versus fluid intelligence. What you start with and what we can enhance and how quickly you can absorb shit. That's why you got to do the test in on the way and test on the way out.
Is he making a hardware software argument here? Is he saying that that's the difference?
We were talking about the difference between being smart and being intelligent. Intelligence is something different. Intelligence.
What is the difference? You like to start with that baseline.
Yeah, one you have to work for, the other one you.
I didn't ask you some more.
Hold on, nigga, wait.
I didn't ask you, bro.
He said, I'm listening, bro. He said smart is to work for.
You let him answer?
I'm trying to.
No, I don't want you to answer.
He didn't ask. I want him to answer.
He didn't ask you to answer my question. Start with, give us the baseline.
Yeah, can you?
And
be careful.
What's the difference?
I'm trying to get.
He got turned over.
I'm trying to listen to him, bro. Just shut the fuck up. Go ahead, man. Smart is what, and intelligence is what.
Intelligence and smart.
Yeah, I mean, once again, our people. Being intelligent is something you're born with. That's just.
There you go.
A talent you have that you're born with. You can't help that shit. Being smart, you have to earn that shit. You have to read. You have to study. You have to be focused.
They just said what Io said.
Yeah, but this is not telling us the difference, bro. We're just like.
Yeah, one is biological, you're born with the hardware. The other one is software. Oh my gosh. He said you're born with, nigga.
I fucking hate you so much, bro. You didn't say that.
I'm not gonna lie, all things are born pretty fast.
Bro, he said intelligence you're born with, smart you learn.
You can't let it, nigga.
You work for it.
Why can't you let it?
If anything, it would be the other way around.
My
smart, you have to compartmentalize that. Like usually, like I know people have biology, whatever, so they conspiracy theorists at the same time, whatever. So like smart is not really impressive. Smart is just you put in the work. That's it. Intelligence is that you were born with something inside of you where you can put things together. So intelligence is
What about when you can
that's
put
not the same
things
thing.
inside
It's
of
not the
you?
same thing.
What you got to understand? No, like we was all born geniuses, but then they put the fluorides in the water, and now we all got the calcified pineal pineal gland.
He reading the passage from the book of Regulations, right?
I don't know.
Like, what do you mean?
I hear people about critical thinking or whatever, like
For the difference that he's giving me.
The lack of thinking is critical.
What you?
a lot of people critical.
Hey, Eric, he's saying what I.O. said, bro. He just doesn't know the language that I.O. is using. It's just language barrier.
Yeah, I mean,
No, just so you know, English is like my fourth language, just so you know. So.
Yeah, I mean, say that, like,
I thought we were talking about
people
English,
always
like
bring up
retarded.
critical thinking. People always bring up critical thinking like they really know what that is. It's like most Americans don't know how to critically.
What's so hard about it? Solve a problem.
Like a lot of these niggas be believing in conspiracy and flat Earth theories and all that, whatever. But at the same time, they think like the Dunning-Kruger.
There, just a quick poll. Anyone here believe in flat Earth?
No.
Yeah. So what are you saying, my man?
No. I'm saying like
It's a real shame she was flat Earth.
That's like
1%.
so she believes in flat Earth.
I don't. I'm not a retard.
You know, like, she's well done.
Yeah.
Yeah, not too much on grilled cheese.
Wait, how do you make a grilled cheese?
I don't eat a grilled cheese. I'm not fucking dirt poor. That's a dirt poor.
Yo, calm down, Shop. Calm down.
There's no Downs in my family, no Downs kids here. I don't need to make grilled cheeses.
Wait, you don't eat grilled cheese, Shop?
No, nigga, I eat
You got a couple of
Shut up.
breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
No, shut up.
I bet she actually has a half retarded sister or something.
I bet your mother's half retarded. I bet your mother's 75% retarded. More than half.
No, I'm saying you'd be the smart one. I'm saying you'd be the smart one.
None of my family members are retarded. In fact, all of my
sister.
family members are more successful than your whole ass mother.
You have a half sister who you have
Shut
to
up, nigga. I don't have no sis. I have no sisters.
No, it's a
I have
family
no biological sisters. All my brothers would beat the shit out of
It is true.
They don't even need any weapons.
So Grok used the assessment for the
My
past year, right?
ChatGPT told me you're gay.
It says that,
Yeah, that's what my ChatGPT told me. Your asshole stretches a mile wide. That's what my ChatGPT told me about you. You want to know what else it told me about you?
Number was 138, right?
Okay. I wouldn't know.
I only use Grok for fact checking. Yeah, I only use Grok for like fact checking and like running like certain like when we were doing that whole philosophy debate or whatever the hell, right? And hold on real quick, bro. So all it does is it uses this evaluation from like a year back and then it gives you the categories. So if you're just using it for like news or whatever this is, or you're asking it a whole bunch of questions, like your score kind of goes pretty far down because it's analyzing like how you interact with it. It's pretty cool on how you can just direct it to like each like how do you, are you very dependent on it? Are you not dependent on it? Are you leading it? Is it leading you? Pretty dope.
Yeah,
And then you come up with 10 questions.
I mean, the fact that you brought some more, look, I fuck with you, bro, like you actually got me smart. Oh, what? You use ground though.
Yeah, we were just talking about using a language model so that we could evaluate how we interacted before today to see what its assessment would be.
Yeah, my favorite definition for intelligence is probably from by the name of Dr. Michael Levin, and it gives you an example of how intelligence can actually be distributed, and it's not evenly given out. So that's why the domain thing is an interesting categorization. But if you look at what is intelligence, I'll give this as a quick biology example. Trout has something called agentic material for its skin and muscles, meaning when the trout dies, you can throw it in the water and it will swim upstream. That's considered a sort of intelligent material because it's able to help the animal perform the function even just from the structure and the physics of its configuration. Okay, so intelligence, when you think of it, is agentic in terms of you have agency, you have some goals and some objectives and timeline, and how well can you manage that?
There for the Rock has intelligence debate.
I was, yeah. That's also a trivial question.
It was that where you're going.
With that, it's a matter of time, because the rock eventually can turn to magma. Magma can turn into organic molecules that are precursors to organic life. So in the long term, you have to consider timelines, what they're called as bins, statistical windows, for what you mean is intelligence. Within the structured lifetime of the rock, maybe not, but there's still structure there that has non-zero potential for becoming intelligent.
Okay, so let me ask you this. Like, can you name all the 8 planets in our solar system? So
all the 8 planets.
Can you name
all the
all
8 planets?
Yeah,
I think you're no.
No. It's not.
It is literally a trivia question by definition.
Now,
hey, do you know these
the
4 or
fact that
5?
you
Let's talk about Uranus.
Yeah, let's talk about Uranus.
Yeah, you can go up, but
to it. So I'm not sure.
Just because you can't. Just because you can't make
out.
Damn.
He sounds like
just because you can't name them. Just mean you don't know.
I have a secret to share with you guys, and honestly, I'm a little bit embarrassed about it, but I feel like I need to tell you all. The only reason why I've spent the last 3.5 years hanging out in this room is so I can improve my Black Lewis Kings.
You know what's crazy, similar reasons why I'm in here, you know? It's my therapy sessions, bro. I come in here.
I come here for the mental health. Shut the fuck up.
I come here to show. We should therapy that I need. Yeah. Look. If I could vibe in here and consider having a room, that's like what my therapist told me.
Yeah. Therapist. What else?
Let me talk to these.
Real men don't need
Yeah, that's gay. People who don't have therapy.
What a fucking pussy wad you are.
We don't listen to women that don't do it. All of a sudden, these niggas is guilty.
Yo, hold on. Y'all don't let this little nigga talk to y'all like that, bro? Nah, y'all some whole ass niggas. I'm sorry. Y'all some soul.
So you don't fucking shoot the entire family.
That's some soul smoking complaint that they kill him.
Yeah. No, never mind. I take it back. You got it. Go to therapy so you don't fucking off.
You're right though.
Go to therapy so you don't fucking just conversation of your children.
These niggas is some hoes, man.
Like I don't got much going on.
Yo, I don't like how these niggas they don't stick up for them. Yo, you got
Yo, can you just stop acting Dominican even though you're Dominican? He's just a whole bunch of Just try.
Wait, Shy, you Dominican?
Y'all gonna need the Avengers to fuck with me. That's
I
all
don't need nothing to fuck with.
Y'all gonna need the Avengers and all the Power Rangers.
All I gotta offer you is a little bit of love. You're already on
what time it is, nigga. Shit.
Yeah.
You know what? Y'all niggas disappointed.
Wait, who's
Shut your weak ass up.
weak ass up.
I bet you standing in front of the ark right now. Bad Bunny kills every Dominican there is.
You have to be the man in this relationship.
Fuck Dominican Republic. Where your boyfriend at?
You had to be the boyfriend. You had to start fucking your man.
Where your boyfriend at?
You said there was a Dominican in the room?
I got Dominican right now.
Bro, yo.
I bet your father walking in the house right now. Yo, I'll take a Dominican when I ask you after.
Check this out, yo. I don't want to hear nothing from none of y'all niggas.
You
None of
can't,
y'all
your broke ass
males.
can't tell me to
None of
check
y'all
nothing out.
males. None of y'all males.
Yeah,
Because
you
y'all
was
little
just
niggas,
begging for the
let these
50
little
cent
niggas,
back.
I
No, drop them.
these little girls, I don't want to disrespect them. Y'all let these little girls fuck y'all out.
So, nigga, the only thing that's little with that dick still with your legs.
That means I can eat.
That's the only thing that's little. That's the little. Well, you probably want to eat
That little girl fuck y'all out. So I can teach y'all how.
the only thing that's little is the shiny ass fucking legs. I know Susan when I hear them.
Yo, bro, y'all the reason why they
Every day. I know public assistance when I hear it. I know a grilled cheese for dinner when I hear it.
So what? I don't judge people. That's none of our business. That's none of our business. We all
Yo, Dominican. Shut up, nigga.
Because they can't get their money.
Dominican, shut
You're not
up.
gonna catch me shaving though. You
Yeah.
know what I'm saying? Like, that's not my place, nigga. You wanna live in a project, that's on you. I know a lot of people that live.
I'm sorry. You know, Shasha, you know, it be the ones that can't even provide proof of address that be talking about money. This nigga never been had a household a day in his life. You can't even provide proof of address. I bet he got a non-driver.
Whenever I see go through,
Who you giving your social? He is the dependent. You shitbag. He is dependent.
I claim all y'all little niggas is my son. Y'all my kids. I come on here to make sure my
Open your mouth,
Somebody gave y'all water today. You know what I'm saying? Somebody took y'all for sunlight today.
Your butt without you even
knowing. That's it. I forget moms, and that's it. And then I go on my business.
You give me the same vibe as a cardboard box.
Hell you trust little nigga. What you say? Nah, it sound a little flamboyant. What you say? That motherfucker's not even on you.
You gotta just shush him. There's nothing to be.
Alright, here we go with this little insecure.
Let's have a conversation. There's no reason.
Bro, I throw hands like that's what you gotta do. You no nails in your house and you don't know how to defend yourself. Come on, bro. Relax, man. What you gotta do on yourself, man? You don't have to prove yourself. I just want to hear men in the room that are not pussy. That's okay. So who are y'all niggas? Y'all let your girlfriend talk to you? Wait. You say? Stop fucking me to me, bro.
I knew there was a lack of fatherhood. I heard.
This nigga said he wanted to hear a
I bet you got a call.
We're not gonna fucking do this, bro. Stop fucking engaging.
I am the idiot, and I'm about to go crazy on him. I'm about to pack his ass up. I'm gonna go stupid on his ass.
My father was your father, you wouldn't act this way. You needed to get beat so you don't have to constantly prove yourself.
Oh my God, don't you talking to me?
Yeah, so I don't know what you guys are talking about.
Can you bring him back up? Now it's boring.
Yeah, but can you guys have a fucking
Yo, Eminem, my dad will never teach me to cook people, bro.
Man, bro.
Your dad was a runner, a track star.
You know what I'm saying? For 45 minutes. My dad will run dick in your mouth. Yeah, I got money. Yeah.
Yo, like, chill.
I bet you gotta order food.
Who laughing, man? Not too much. I'm trying. Damn, I can't laugh. Damn. That's crazy. I can't even laugh. You got those shit funny. Bro, you killing me right now, bro.
That shit wild.
First of all, where are you from? You from Queens?
Little cat dogs in the audience. Cat dog.
I'm from Washington Heights. No. I'm not from there. Like, look, I was born there, but I was raised in West Side, though. Yeah, bro.
Man, yeah. I'm going to the Heights on Tuesday.
Yo.
I'll smack the shit out of you. You hear me?
Yo, the question is, where are you gonna strike me at? With? Exactly. Think about that.
I'll uppercut your fucking balls.
I got balls of
Smack those shit so hard that y'all think women afraid to touch your